So I'll completely ignore it and instead say welcome back to Railway Empire. It's been 9 days since I last streamed this. I've been out for the count, been a bit sick, had a wee cough, but I'm all better now. That means it's time to get back to it. When last we streamed Railway Empire, I had a bit of a problem. I thought I had a plan. I thought I had a pretty good plan. I was going to make an express line between all the cities and then have a grid-like structure of resource, training around my resources, splitting them off into warehouses and then delivering them as need be across the whole perfect Hansa here. Didn't really work out so well in practice. I mean, this is a mess that I was making, just trying to put down one bit of line here. It was expensive, which isn't really a problem in itself, but it certainly was horrific. And ultimately, I don't think it was going to work that well. Didn't like it. I had to go back to the drawing board. So what I've come up after spending quite a bit of time on the drawing board, and by come up I mean kind of stolen other people's ideas and suggestions and simply culminated them into something that I can follow here, is to have a hub-based system, very similar to something that I used in Patrician 4. It's going to have to work differently though, because in Patrician 4 you didn't really have to care about like choke points for your boats. They would infinitely float into any city, and any city could produce as many resources or have as many factories for resources as you could cram in. In this game, however, if you already have one pig farm, you can't have a second and a third, so it's not like I can say, okay, Danzig, Ebling and Kongsberg's going to do all the piggies for the Hansa. Wouldn't work like that. So that might be what makes a hub system work out quite a bit better. Today I will be putting that to the test. I'm going to attempt to put one of the hubs down, and the hub is going to be Danzig's greater area here. So Bromberg, Thorn, Danzig, Elbing and Kongsberg is going to be one such hub. But words alone can't really explain it so well, so let's see if we can't bring up some visual aids. Visual aids, what? Huh. I'm sure someone stumbled on that one before. Right, paint.net, help me out here. This is a current divide up of the German map into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 hubs. There will doubtlessly be gerrymandering of the borders here, because I'm not satisfied with what I have with this right now. I need to do some more calculations. The calculations will be done. But right now, not everywhere gets every resource. The idea is, if we zone in on you here for now, I'm going to make myself another layer so I can just doodle on it for a bit with a very thick and flamboyantly pink brush. Yeah, that works, great. So the idea here is I'm going to have the 5 cities linked up. Now these will be sending express goods to each other for a time being. It may be that Express has to die overall just to make way for all the freight trains, a truly American solution to this. I hope not. I do hope that I can keep I do hope that I can keep express trains with mail and passenger running throughout all of this. But for the sake of being prudent, passengers and mail don't matter at all in this game, aside from some quests and making money. Whereas freight will make money and build up the towns. Express goods make no impact on the size of a city. So this line is going to start out just doing express goods, passengers and mail. I'll have bypasses built into them so that I can tell trains that don't really need to hit to stations specifically take the bypass. So if I had someone coming from here to here, a train rather, and I know that I didn't want it to go through, what is this city even called again? Ah yes, Elbing. I didn't want to go through Elbing here. I would then say, okay, have that as a waypoint, and then it's going to go choo choo choo, take that. Not going in here is going to be very important to not clogging this up, because there's only one line, there's going to be 4 available tracks here. I don't want them chewed up. So you'll be able to go between those. I will probably later have this also run finished goods. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself there. I'll restructure my track into this very simple setup. Simple is good. That's the KISS method for you. And then, probably doing a lot without unpausing, I intend on having my RGOs that are consumed by cities delivered to each of them. So you're going to come off and go up into there and up into there. And probably split off and then do what you gotta do to get into all these cities. Whoa, fantastic, great. All of them are gonna want grain, they're also all gonna want milk, so no reason not to shove milk into this, and this will be spaghetti. There's no reason not to make it spaghetti. Hey, wood as well, wood's wanted by all those, let's feed wood into it. And same with veggies, great. Hopefully a simple two-way track will work on all of these. Might not, we can fatten it up as it needs be. Oh, hey, wool's coming in as well. Wool can feed into all of that as well. And the fruit. Okay, great. That's some of the raw ingredients. Great. Except we also need to provide the finished goods. So I reckon one factory is going to be enough to deal with all 5 of these for pretty much all the goods. So what I can do is just say, hey, we're going to put this into a warehouse, and it should be a... does it have to be a warehouse? I don't know, but one way or the other, the fruit's going to have to go here and then have this place produce the brandy, fruit brandy. Is it fruit brandy? Help me out, game. It is indeed fruit brandy being delivered to all these places. I'm going to make my effort not to keep the game permanently covered up with this. And that's going to happen, so on and so forth, so there's going to be horrible spaghetti for this. But all around this very definitive line we have here that goes between them. Now, the finished goods like the brandy and such, I hope, can flow freely between these, between this line between the cities. I think I'll make it 4 wide. Don't really have a reason not to, so we'll do that. So between the 5 of these, the idea is that this hub is going to help each other grow magnificently. There should be no problem to growing up these cities to about, hopefully, even the 200,000 mark with all the goods that they have here. But there's going to be a limitation there. For example, there's too much sugar beet. There's too much vegetables, right? Too many, rather. What are we going to do with the excess? What are we going to do if, actually, we're not able to make enough brandy? Or what if we make too much brandy? What will happen? This is where the warehouse is going to come in. There is also going to be a line that runs into this warehouse, a very important thick line. And it's not one warehouse, it's probably going to be 4 warehouses set up like a letter H. Yeah, like a letter H. So that's a warehouse, that's a warehouse, that's a warehouse, and that's a warehouse, and this is a main artery running through it. And the warehouse will take excess of everything that's around here. So, oh, we make too much wood. Okay, great. Slam the extra wood into there. Or this is a place where I make a lot of clothes, I guess, because we're right next to the wool here. Or maybe it'll be here. Whatever. One of these places makes too many clothes. Great, then off they go over to the warehouse as well. The warehouse is going to grab so many extra goods here. And then it's going to connect up through a network of other warehouses. So there's going to be another lovely thick line that comes out, and perhaps there'll be another warehouse area over here. And that's going to see to these places similarly, and these places similarly. And the whole point of the warehouse network is to deal with things that are produced in abundance one place so it could be shifted off elsewhere. I've already got the calculations for how much consumption and wastage there should already be, and we've got that right here. This will be no stranger to anyone that popped in previous. So for example, I know there's going to be extra vegetables, so I can freely waste 168 units of vegetables because there's no way to consume them. We could turn it into sauerkraut. There's definitely a hunger for sauerkraut. But the problem is sauerkraut also requires salt, and salt is already consumed entirely, just raw before it... Oh, well, maybe not completely raw, but salt... We don't have enough salt to be making the sauerkraut. That's what I'm getting at. What else do I want to talk about? Scales of production we've already got. Here are some calculations behind the setup here. Not done by me, gloriously stolen. Can't remember who from, actually, so that's very, very disrespectful of me, but thank you very much. I'm definitely going to gerrymander these because I don't like the idea that some hubs don't have access to vegetables. In my opinion, all hubs should have access to all these raw goods, even if I have to make really obscure squeezings between them. Because in my opinion, moving around these RGOs from an entire hub to another hub seems it's too much, right? What's even the point? I'm just going to be choking myself up if I have to deliver wool from here to here. I should squeeze them around to make sure that there's enough for everywhere just to get their raw goods that the cities consume. Things like this just shows all the raw goods, doesn't it? Yeah, so ignore the raw goods for a bit, come back to this. Things like porcelain, for example. No problem with that being shipped out, because it's not going to be in such huge quantities. Jinx, there's so little milk on the map that I can't even satiate the entire Germanic need for dairy with it. Scary stuff. Jake, why not use the express lines for moving excess warehouse to warehouse? Express lines always seem barren. They are barren. They'd be less barren if I built up the cities and had them running, but the express lines, I think... Ah, right, I didn't actually touch what I planned to do with express lines, did I? Back to paint.net for me. Maybe I did, actually. Maybe I did. Where are you at there, paint.net? If I can get rid of all this nonsense that I've drawn up here. Bye. Maybe some of those were useful. The idea of the spaghetti that I'm going to have for RGOs. Okay, probably going to be making sausages here in Danzig. Right here. So the sausages made in Danzig, I want to go to these other places. And those are probably going to be shipped along using the express lines. So sausages are going to come down to Thorn. It's going to come... Is that actually Thorn? The names aren't important, but I'm sure the Germans will know. Okay, down to Thorn here, down to Bromberg here. I will almost certainly use this express line for moving the finished goods from city to city. Just because it makes sense to do so. More sense than having spaghetti lines for each of those. So that's my idea. Spaghetti for RGOs, express line for finished goods. Because really there's no point in doing express other than money. So... essentially, this is a, there's a word for what I'm talking about here. It's a placeholder, really. I see this as a placeholder for when I do have it filled to the brim with finished goods. Because in general, these places are only going to consume about 14 different goods each. I know that maths has been debunked, but it's still going to be about that. And the RGOs are going to account for about half of them. So I think the express line should suffice for moving around finished goods, especially since they don't have very far to go. I mean, at worst, we're going to have newspapers made here that have to come down here. And, you know, is this really such a taxing issue when compared to the overall size of Germany? Imagine if I had all my newspapers stored in one warehouse here, and it had to go all the way over the place. It would take years to make this journey, for example. Meaning I'd have to have several trains doing it, and they would get clogged up with so many other trains. I can't treat this like Patrician 4 in that regard. In Patrician 4, I could do that. In fact, in Patrician 4, if I were to have an example, let's say I mass-produced hemp over here, and whatever this godforsaken city is, it looks like it is Oldenburg. So Oldenburg would produce a lot of hemp in Patrician 4, and I would just say, okay, this is the massive hemp farm. And I could happily have boats just grab the hemp here, and then deliver them here, and then go all the way around and deliver them here and here and here before going back to Hemp Town, Oldenburg, and then have another set that go off and deliver to northern France or Britain, or all the way up to Norway. Could do that in Patrician 4. Not really an option here. I have to consider minimizing the distance of my freight, which is sad and very different from how you'd play something like Transport Fever, I think it is. Yeah, it is. So hopefully we'll be okay. Right, that's the plan, but last time I started by just explaining my plan, it all fell apart within about an hour because I realized I had no idea what I was doing. So let's get to the game and see if I can figure out what I'm doing. And let's not look at Oldenburg. It's not safe for work. Back when I was a wee boy, I used to draw. And there was this moment when I was drawing where it would turn from a sketch into something inked. And, you know, with pencil and paper, you can do what you want and tear it down later. No big problem there. But once you start inking, things have a bit more permanence to them. And that's the feeling I'm feeling here. When I start tearing this down and putting down something new, that thing is going to have a lot of permanence to it. Makes me a little hesitant to do anything. Especially since I know some of this is not alone. In fact, we can get an idea of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10... Oh, it even says here 16. There are 16 train lines running from up here to down there. Do I get rid of all of them? Do I get rid of some of them? Part of the problem is a lot of them come from Elghorn Clearing. The wood goes down south quite a bit. I reckon if I simply got rid of you quite a bit. And you. Because I'm going to want to delete all this track. I even want to delete a lot of these stations with the RGOs because they're tiny. God, this is actually kind of nostalgic coming back here. A lot of the stuff I had to build on a pretty tight budget. Oh, I remember the pain this bridge gave me, minimizing the amount of bridging I had to do, and yet the struggle that trains had getting up this tiny incline early in the game. Well, we're not going to be constrained by budget anymore up here. I can build what I want, where I want. Except I probably can't quite build a bridge like this yet, can I? Huh, okay. Building a needless and unfeasible bridge over all of this can be done, but not too often. Would quite like that parallel bonus on it, though. It'd be insane. Should I be deleting all the train lines between them first, though? And is there a way to do that? All of these probably need to go, because they're going to be replaced with stuff that's completely different. What's my easiest way to do this? Can I just click on them and say delete the train? Oh, I'm going to get rid of the workers on them as well. That's a real pain, isn't it? Whatever, let's just get rid of all of them. Or I wonder if I would be quicker to just delete all the... whatever. Bye-bye. Bye-bye all this stuff. None of this track is going to work for me in my new creation, so it's all just going to go. The bulldozer can target trains. It can? Oh, baby, that's good. That is so good. Bye-bye, trains. Shadow Grain, I'm afraid you're just a simple, small train station. That's not good enough for me. This whole thing has to be rebuilt. I am truly, truly sorry. Well, kinda sorry. Looking at these single tracks back when I built single tracks. Oh, the nostalgia. I want to keep the names there, so I'm going to leave them built. I'll only destroy them when I'm ready to immediately replace them. Bare minimum milk. Even getting things up to the point where I could have milk on them. Now that was an achievement. Well, it felt like an achievement. Feels bad, feels really bad deleting all this stuff. I did so much for this, and it's gone. Well, it's going to be painful going through my places to do this, but the reason I built them up to begin with was to generate the profit that I needed to do this, so I can't beat myself up over it. Definitely need to move you away, you're too close to Danzig, it's going to give me grim times. The industries are placed there, which could cause me a bit of problem placing the everything else that I want, but oh well. Get rid of these disastrous... There we go. Get rid of those disastrous bridges that cost me so much as well. Definitely scrap everything if you're going region by region. Yeah, so the idea behind my scrapping operation here is... if I do it region by region, then all the other regions will continue making me money, whilst the place that I'm destroying won't. So even if I go, oops, I don't have enough money to continue doing what I'm doing here, I can just let the game keep running. Hopefully that won't be an issue, but if it is, I can let the rest of Germany run and make me tons of money whilst I sort out what I'm building. Now, that would be a real problem if it happened here, because I'm pretty sure up here is the biggest moneymaker I have. Probably means I won't touch... what would you even call this region here? Greater Hamburg or Greater Lübeck, let's go with that. This is probably my second biggest moneymaker, because these are some big, fat cities with big, fat industries that are feeding each other through a line that isn't perfection. Definitely not, but it's a pretty good line. Lots of people have talked to me about this this system. I forget what it was called, though. Just this idea of 3 cities that feed itself. Very good, but I don't think it's enough for perfection. Then again, it's awfully highbrow of me to be saying, oh, we're going for perfection, when I'm clearly not very good at this kind of thing. I mean, with the trains in particular, I mean... in terms of obsessing over something like this, that's kind of my bread and butter. Gonna leave Elkhorn's clearing feeding the bottom for now, but I will have to delete it later on, because according to my plans, Elkhorn clearing is meant to be... oh, no, Elkhorn clearing is meant to belong to the bottom, I see. Yeah, in the original plan that I was given, this feldspar and this wood actually belong to the northern dark red region here. But I decided, I just thought I knew better, who would have thought, that they should belong down here. Ooh, I'm white now. How did that happen? Oh well, doesn't matter, does it? I thought it would be better if they belonged here, mostly because this didn't have wood, and I wanted everywhere to have all the RGOs. And this one already has 2 bits of wood. And I still think that this other piece of wood should either be fed over to the yellow section, which again has a bit more wood, but again, that wood could be roped into here, and then this wood given over to here. Oh, but it already has wood, so I don't know, maybe over here. Gerrymandering is to be done, definitely. I need to do stronger calculations on this to see what can be done to ensure the most even spread of raw goods that are consumed by towns for every area. I don't think everywhere is going to get everything, because some goods are quite localized, but I'll do what I can. Salt, for example, is a real pig to get up north. So, well, not everyone gets salt, but I think... do they? No, I think everyone gets salt. Well, that's going to be a pain, isn't it? Some salt is just going to have to go all the way up. And that's what's going to be fed into old Warehousey here and given back into the other places. But I digress. So let's get rid of that. And for you. And come back here. Border conflict time. Okay, Bromberg, your train station actually looks fine, so we're going to expand it to maximum size there. All of these... oh yeah, Christ, these need to be broken up a bit. But for... actually, is that in the right place? I know I just built you up, but I'm going to destroy you. Sorry, Bromberg, you had to go. I destroyed all the others, didn't I? Yeah, I guess that one just had to go. Recht. Well, what are we going to do now, then? Something that I personally find quite important is to have a maintenance station between every destination. As painful as this might seem to do constantly, I think it's important. No, I insist that it's important. Because otherwise I'm going to have trains wasting their time going between these locations. So, Kongsberg, through this maintenance station, through Elbing, through this maintenance station, through Danzig, and Danzig flows down to Thorn, then to Bromberg. Not splitting between them, not doing anything else, just a nice simple Thorn-Bromberg. Why? I don't really know, to be honest. It just felt like the right thing to do. So have a maintenance station between them and between them. Careful now. I don't like the name maintenance station popping up each time. And whilst I might regret this later on, I still want the names deleted. Whoa, we're in bulldozer mode here. Bad idea. That's sundown. Good. Alright, well, let's get those large train stations with signaling control. So signaling control is a question that's come up. Should we be using it? Should we be doing our best to not use it? Honestly, not all that sure, but my heart says use them, if only because not using them sounds like it would be a... Oh, bummer. Oh, big bummer. Oh, well, this is going to be a pain. You have to make sure that your lines are connected before you can build additional ones, and that's going to be a pain. It doesn't give you that restriction on free play mode, but it sure does here. Oh, that's a shame for me. Maybe I should have you out here. No, I can leave that safe for anything additional. This is the tighter squeeze, so we'll go with the tight one. Thought I had a valid move here. There we go. Are you going to allow this though? You are. How about here? Oh, it will. Okay. Maybe since I've destroyed all the competition, it's going to allow these now. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that's what it's all about. There's no big need for me to connect up any of this, except there is one big exception. I need Danzig to still flow down to Vienna, because I have a task to get all those passengers down to Vienna, of which I've only done 25, which is a little bit shocking. Jake, I'm torn about the maintenance station. Definitely worth it for high traffic lanes, but they're so large. They can't be worth it for each RGO. I think you're right about that for the RGOs, but I don't think that's going to be a problem if I just put maintenance stations on each of the RGOs. It should be fine. I find it hard to believe that RGO production areas are going to be so busy that it's going to kill me to have some trains repairing them. But I might be wrong, and there's still the question of how they get additional resources like water and oil. I wonder if there's a way to play that is just no oil for you. That'd be somewhat amusing. I don't even mind building up little bridges and bits like that now. It's not a big cost, and it does reduce the amount of... Oh wait, no, I'm going to mind it here actually, because now I can't have you go adjacent there, can I? Nope. Okay, well, ignore what I said just there. Completely forgot about that. That's what happens when I don't play a game for 9 whole days. 9 days. That's not right. I don't think it's going to be a long stream today. It's going to be as long as it takes for me to build up this hub base for northern Germany. If it works, fantastic! We will repeat the process 10 times to build up all of the hubs. Then after we have built the hubs, well, then we have to make the hubs work, don't we? By connecting them all with the warehouses. That's probably going to be the real tricky part. I don't think setting up the hubs is going to be the hard part, assuming it works. If it doesn't work, well, then we have a different conversation altogether to have, don't we? I don't think trains have to slow down on bends in this game. I certainly hope they don't. I certainly hope they don't, because that's not a pleasant bend to be having, is it? If I'd been thinking about it, I would have had it more smoothed down this way. They do, says Athelwyn. Yeah, I'm sure they'll be fine. I think there's even tech to reduce the slowdown. I think they'll be fine. Working now is better than perfect later. Oh, this is going to be a cruel turn, isn't it? How are you even going to get in there? I'm not so sure this is going to work the way I want it to. We'll see. We're getting to the point where trains are getting quite powerful, so I doubt I have to worry too much about these kinds of things. Oh boy, I swear I scrolled on that last one. Put my signal the wrong way around, and it's quicker just to delete the whole track than to sort it. Huh. There, that'll do, I suppose. Now we need to get you over to here as well. A big problem with building all these tracks... That is a 12% in decline. Well, I guess it has to be. No change in the fact that it has to go up there. No change. Oh, that's a problem. That is a wee bit of a problem. Since it is a bridge, it's going to be a pain to get over here. Well, we'll see what can be done. Oh, not a problem then. Very far from a problem. Well, that's a relief. It's a shame, but you can't put multiple bridges or tunnels right next to each other. You have to have this little split between them, or else they can't be built for whatever reason. But that's why it's a very poor idea to put the maintenance stations or the terminals right next to water like this, because it gives you very, very little room to split the lines before they have to cross. Same for going through tunnels. Alright, well, that's 3 of them linked up. What a great start. Let's not let up now, shall we? Just get you over there. It thinks that route's the best. I can't agree, because this turn is going to be too tight. What the hell's bell is that? I don't know, but I hate it. Why even have this bulge coming out there? Good enough. 1 anchor point, and away to the end we go. 1 anchor point, and away we go. Making the lines between the cities, that's the really, really easy part. Everything has this distinct starting point, finishing point. Just really easy to see it come together in your head. But with the RGOs and the spaghetti, that's where things just start going off the bleeding walls. But we're not in this business for things to be simple. Suffice to say, if you can't handle the heat, don't be a stoker. That should be alright. These are expenses I never would have dreamed of taking on at the start of the game. Bridging over water already is a daft idea to do if you're on a budget. And it only becomes more daft. Oh, that's not so bad at all. Only becomes more daft if you start making more than 2. At least when you're making 2, you get that parallel tracks bonus, which vastly reduces the cost. Sign me up for that. All we've really done is stare at spreadsheets and build some rudimentary lines between cities. But you know what? We got like 25% more people tuning in for this than we had at the height of Rune Factory 4. Rune Factory 4, what a sad experience of a... Well, what a sad viewing... Not 4, 5. Rune Factory 5. What a sad viewing experience that must be. I'm enjoying the game. I think it's pretty bad, but I love Rune Factory so much. I can only imagine how direly boring it is, though. As I love to say, only boring people get bored. I myself have not been bored for a lot of years. Not to say I'm an exciting fellow, but I can find excitement in life. Hell, I can find excitement in this. I think it's important to signal, even on these tiny bits, or else I might get people stuck inside the maintenance station. Does this bring back Patty 4-itch? Oh god, no. No, I will never return to Patrician 4. I've done everything in that game. There's no reason to ever return. Right, this isn't done yet, because it's important to bypass right now. Question is, how do I bypass? Well, that's not the question. Everybody knows how to bypass. It's how do I bypass effectively here? Do I just make a double line that goes across? I think I will, because anybody coming out of a maintenance station can pick the correct route to take here. I would just need to have you come together like so. Could we have this be a lot tighter? Should work. Oh, it doesn't like that. Why don't you like that? In you come, in you come, in you go. Ooh, something it doesn't like. Ah, right, that intersects with you too badly. A shame, but we'll have to remake that. So yeah, that is too tight, like so. So we got to bring you back a fair bit. It's a sizable... Oh, for the love of God. There we go. Sizable bypass. But this is important to not have this be a choke point for my trains. There she goes. I just hope that this doesn't cause choke points here, for example. I mean, it shouldn't. But it might. Here we go. It was implicitly signaled. Now we've made it explicitly signaled. That's just one bypass, though. We need one for Danzig. And one for Elbing as well. Oh, that's going to be a hefty bypass. The streams run on time, says Dissident. What? This stream definitely didn't run on time. Jings, all that talk about me and punctuality during the survey. I don't think I've been less punctual with my streams in quite some time. I know I've been sick, but sometimes sick just isn't an excuse. Now the trouble with this bypass is trains might use it, they might not. They're going to judge what the fastest route is pretty much as the crow flies, which is the direct opposite of what I mean here, but I think you know what I mean. If they think it's going to be faster to go through Danzig, they will go through Danzig. So when I know that a train has to take a bypass, I should explicitly tell them to take that bypass during their route. Otherwise, they're going to be largely meaningless. As the crow rides, much better, Pope Adam, thank you. I'm sure a bird has ridden a train at some point. So Danzig, it's going to be pretty obvious that this is going to be a faster route if you don't need to go through Danzig. Much less obvious if I make a bypass through Elbing, which I have to, and I shall. So... Well, let's just do it. Bypasses should only be one thingamajigger thick. Ooh, this could be trouble for me, couldn't it? You know what, that might be alright. We'll give it a go. Yeah, it seems sensible. Okay, so with that, I should have the line that largely corresponds to what I planned. What do you say, plans? Yeah, it seems legitimate. I've got my 3 bypasses built in and the major lines between each city, so I'll believe that. Now, a bit of a problem is that I've cut these guys off from everything. They're not getting any of their RGOs anymore. I need to give them their RGOs now. How am I going to do that? I didn't decide on this one just yet. But the very idea that we're having to decide it seems to have made Forever Lona so excited that she's burst into a whole load of gift subs. Well, thank you very much. And yes, Jimmy C, I'm like 92% recovered, which is plenty enough to be streaming. Thanks for your concern. Okay. Okay. I may find it better to simply have terminals for RGOs. Terminals are just one little point that you have to plug them in on. It might be considerably more friendly to be going into. No, Nivek. I've got no reason to think it was that. It feels like terminals aren't quite so impactful on the space, although it's sizing them up. There's not a lot of difference, is there? It just feels like it would be more comfortable to have a terminal, so I know that all the RGOs just plug in that one location. RGOs are going to be coming in and out a lot. Well, that's okay, I guess. Yeah, I might just smack down terminals for it into all of them. I don't think the trains select the route or even the rail on the fly. It's set when you're creating the route. You can see. Oh, really? I didn't even consider that. I just assumed that they would think of it that way. I already regret where I've set up Kongsberg here. I could simply give you a terminal up here, though. I should have nestled you in here so I could have this out here. And now it's no longer placed so well for that unless I go over those, or simply around the back. Simply around the back. What could go wrong? Shove those RGOs into there. Danzig's going to be a bit of a rotten pain. I'll probably have a flyover here over these tracks that feed RGOs into Danzig here. Now this means I'm probably going to buy up all of the industries around here and max out their outputs so that these guys all make sure they get their everything. There's no sense in delaying that unless the costs are outrageous. Unfortunately, it is one of the few outrageous costs that we have because our company is run by Worm. And whilst Worm might be able to secure us cheaper locomotives and make maintenance buildings that we no longer use free, he does make upgrading businesses 70% more expensive. And that's one of the bigger payments in this game. If I wanted to buy out Bare Minimum's milk, I'm going to be 1.14 million for the business. And that's even considering the fact that I have massive reductions in auction costs. I wonder if that counts as an auction. Ooh. Oh boy, I don't know. I'm going to assume it does, because I think that price would be much higher without that reduction. Assuming that there's a reduction in play there. Worm is a bad late-game character. Yes, he is, but I think ultimately... Oh, well, no, you're very right, because they spend longer on... They spend longer on the repairs as well. That's a terrible late game. Oh well, whatever. He's who we have. We can't kick him. He owns this company. And this company owns Germany, essentially. That's just how it is sometimes. Wait, I have an idea. I can have Danzig point this way. Oh, maybe I don't want Danzig to be a terminal, because I might want Argios flowing in from both sides. I might want Elbing's Argios flowing in from both sides. Alright, terminal idea has been abandoned. It was an ill-conceived notion. Not wrong with another large train station to accept them all. Closest thing I have to a problem here is getting all the getting this into a position where I can. What have I built in the way here? The distilleries. Well, I can't tear them down because I'd have to pay to tear them down. I mean, I could, but I don't want to. Suffering for my success right here. That's me. Me to a T. There you go then. That'll be you. How about you in Thorn? Much the same. And Bromberg. There's no reason not to have a similar setup for you. Okay, so they've got their express lines between them, which honestly I could set them up just to move goods between them, but I won't touch trains at all until I have all my lines set up, and that could take another hour. We could be here for quite a while setting this one up. This is experimental. Not too worried about it taking a bit of time to suss out. Thinking about it, honestly. What was I thinking with terminals? I just really like the terminal stations and wanted to use them. You know what it's like when all rational thinking just goes out of the window because you see something cool that you want to use. The rule of cool exists for a reason. This way I can actually feed you in from the top and the bottom, which might be useful depending on how this spaghetti evolves. And there is meant to be spaghetti going on here. I think I will start out with... wait, before I start out, is there anything else I need to set up for these? I'm surprised Bromberg and Thorn didn't grow up that much, but I guess I wasn't feeding them much at all. They weren't getting pastries? Sheep's wool? One thing I should definitely consider is who's going to make what. I want pastries produced up here because it's right next to the grain, unless there's other grain nearby. There isn't, there's only that one grain in the entire hub. So it makes a lot of sense if Elbing makes pastries. Now. In that regard, it's probably a good idea to have warehouses, and things are going to get really busy if I also put warehouses down here. But it doesn't make it less true. I would almost certainly benefit from having a big warehouse right here that specifically accepted the raw goods that are going to be used by these cities. You can also place them a bit further out, so it's going to make things less choked up, especially when I'm going to have so many goods flowing through here. So I'm going to put that down here. Athelwyn is in chat, bringing about a feeling that I think is felt across many people. I'm so torn between this isn't how I do it, and I wonder how this will turn out. Actually, that's not at all what I thought you said there. At first glance, I thought it was something like, I don't want to watch anymore, this is painful, or I want to see how it turns out. Assuming it was what I imagined it was. That's the beauty of having these VODs put up on YouTube later on. Anybody can go and check them out at their own time. I think I'm going to be doing myself a huge favour if I just set down the warehouses ahead of time. Let's not even think twice about it. Everywhere gets a warehouse. Ooh, ooh dear. Ooh dear, oh dear. Well, there's your way. Oh, right, no, we've got the... Oh dear, oh dear. Laser kiwi fruit, I'm sorry, but you have got to go. I'll rebuild you momentarily. But for now, I need a warehouse here. A big warehouse with its own signaling control. Ooh, hey, that ain't so bad. I can set you up so that you instantly get the fruit that can go to Danzig. Assuming it works that way. Why did I feel like it didn't work that way? It must work that way, because Flensburg doesn't need the the grain to come in. It just draws upon the grain from the warehouse. Yeah... Sometimes I wonder about that. Does Flensburg actually get grain in from here? No, no. Flensburg does happily draw its grain from the farm. Okay, that's good. That's going to save me a bit of space here, if nothing else. So what I can do is build myself a big warehouse right about here. That way Danzig gets all the access to fruit that it could ever need, both for its own consumption and for the production of fruit brandy, without me even having to ship it, and I can use this warehouse to ship all of Laser Kiwi's fruits to everywhere else. So... There's a downside to that, because I'm also going to want to use this warehouse to grab anything that goes into Danzig, and it's going to clutter up this RGO line. It's good, but it's also bad. Can I then put down a train station for you that isn't that? Yeah, I could do it that way, actually. That wouldn't be so bad. Alright, good, then I can keep this. So I should call you Dan. How many characters do I have to work with? Not many. Ah, jings. 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 2, 3, 5, 2. Bollocks. It would be really nice if I could put down what goods are going into the warehouse. I don't have good 3 things short form for it, so Danzig warehouse for now. I guess that'll have to work. The Flensburg grain goes in by train to the station. Really? Where would it come from? It would have to come from the warehouse, and I don't have one of those. Nope, no, I am certain that Flensburg draws its grain from this warehouse. I'm damn near certain of it. It must, because there's no other way that the grain goes into Flensburg. Nobody delivers grain by train to it. Imp for import? Maybe. I don't know. I think it's going to be pretty obvious just by hovering over Danzig what the warehouse is going to have, because every warehouse is only going to be told to stock what the city needs for its products. And that's actually it. It's not even going to stock what it exports, because the exports are going to travel through the express line that I've set up. Alright, that makes a lot of sense for me. The grain could be going in by coach. Almost certainly not. None of it has that much in there. But you know what? We can check. Flow of goods. Oh. Ah, well, it is coming in by coach. Oof. Oof. Ooh, we don't like that. We don't like that at all. Flensburg eats so much grain. You know what? I don't like that so much. I'm gonna do something like this. And all I need on you is a security guard, so that you can increase the freight prices. There we go. Your job is just to do what the carts can easily do, but this will allow me to actually get my my extra money on it. Okay, well, that answers that question. Danzig's not going to get its fruit supplied as easily as I had hoped. Kind of killing the idea of putting the warehouse there where it hits on both of them. Okay, well, live and learn, I suppose. Thanks for making me put that one to the test. Otherwise, I would have just lived in disharmony. You're gonna be a hard one to link up here, aren't you? Yeah, you're not gonna want to play ball, especially since I've put that bypass there. Yeah, I could put you here, actually. Just calling it Warehouse 10 because I've built 10 warehouses, even though I've demolished almost all of them. So Danzig's warehouse is going to be here. And Danzig's warehouse is going to be for... Yeah, I want the warehouses to be getting in the RGOs that they use for production. So this one's definitely going to want to bring in the apples. Forgot I can scroll this instead of clicking on it. Will Danzig continue to be the guy that makes all the leather? I think it... yes, it will. And on top of that, I'm going to get rid of the sauerkraut industry and replace it with a clothes industry, because that allows the clothes and the leather to be produced in the same place. You might reasonably say Elbing already does that, to which I counter say that Bunny Collective is right here to easily shunt in all of the wool that it needs. So even though it comes at a great cost, I'm actually going to demolish that industry and prop you up with some clothes building. Now before I put down this clothes building, and this is where things start getting really complex for the headspace if nothing else, I need to consult this and ask how many people wear clothes in my Hansa. And I consult it and it says, why, 30.36 cities are filled with clothes. And I go, well, that's fine. This place or these places will get their clothes. There's a lot of calculations I could do to say exactly what gets produced in each cluster, but I think it's better to just build up the clusters and then manipulate them later on. Because if I spend too much time on this, it's going to be even more painful when one thing doesn't work and I have to redo it all. I'd rather a good plan that works for now, and we can get to perfection later on. So yes, Danzig gets their cleaves here. Where possible, I want my industries to be stacked high. And by that I mean... what do I mean? Starting to lose it here. Let's not lose it just yet. This one is this one's working together because I'm producing the leather inside here, thanks to making sausages, and that leather is used in making the clothes. Another good example is I might want somewhere to make paper and also newspapers. And I'd want those done in the same city so I don't have to worry about shunting the paper somewhere else to do the newspapers. And so on and so forth. It's going to be fun when he finds out about factories not being supplied. I don't like where you're getting at there, Warcall. Okay. This little maneuver's going to cost us 51 years. I think I've seen that film. That was the one with the desperate dad going off into space, right? Why was he going into space? I don't remember. It was an interesting film. I would even go so far as to say I enjoyed it. Worrying too much about things that don't really matter right now. Do they all have warehouses? If so, move on. Also, do I even really need to give them names like Elbing Warehouse? I know it's Elbing. Elbing is on the map right there. I can't escape Elbing being on the map. I need a better naming convention for my warehouses. And in and out, don't cut it, because out is all going to be done on Ooh, well, maybe it would work for sending my goods to sending my excess goods to the main warehouse. I didn't consider that, did I? Speaking of the main warehouse, before everything else gets built up, let's not forget that I had this little W planned over here, so I should certainly be putting it down. It's going to look something like exactly this. You, and you, and you, and you, and this would be easier if I just had a route that ran right through the thing. Sadly, you can't just make a bit of track out of nowhere. You gotta start from an anchor point, one way or another. I guess on either side of this it would have a maintenance station. So we'd have you coming in like so, and I'd want you to be able to branch off into any of these directions. Dread to think what experienced railway engineers are thinking about this. Probably a lot of what the hell is he doing? Honestly, Patrician 4 was more my jam than this. I think I just have a stronger affinity to working with the seas rather than with rails. I've always struggled a bit when it comes to working with rails in games. You saw it in Factorio. You definitely saw it if you tuned in when I was playing Transport Tycoon Deluxe. Open Transport Tycoon Deluxe. Whoa, man, I had my struggles with that. Trains are cool. Trains are really cool. I like them a lot. But liking something doesn't always translate to being good with them. Okay, it's a bit hideous, but that's a general warehouse setup. And what these warehouses are going to do is suckle off any excess from this hub network, store them here, and then have those goods sent off down the way where it gets connected up with another hub's warehouse, or main warehouse area. Too bad there's no copy-paste feature with this. Too bad indeed, but it wouldn't work so well with all the contours and that. I like my wife and my job. I can't say that I'm good at either, says Smafati. So that's what we're talking about. Okay, couple more warehouses, and then I'm going to have to stop daddling and actually get going with the painful part of this, which is connecting up RGOs. The O stands for oh bollocks, but never mind that. Nothing really to worry about coming from the bottom, it's more coming from the top. However, because of the lengthy nature of warehouses, it's hard to get them in a particularly nice fashion. I hope that I can still curve away from here. Oh yeah, we got curves for days on this, that's okay. What about from the bottom? Yeah, what about from the bottom? Yeah, it should be comfy enough. We prefer the term cozy. I can even get over here with a steady 8% incline and decline. Might be onto something in all this. This might not be so bad. Famous last words, of course, but... yeah, gotta get that tiny scraps of money back. Okay, this is great and all. We've put it off long enough. It's time for some RGO link-ups. I should probably buy out and destroy you and make sure that pastries are produced in Elbing. But pastries are already produced in Kongsberg. And that's a really easy route to just shove all the pastries into Kongsberg. Kongsberg also makes paper for some reason. It would be easy to get the wood up to there. I guess there's no problem bringing paper around here from there, because everywhere in my Hansa is going to eat 100% of paper and 100% of newspapers. So when I get the opportunity, I should buy out this to put up a newspaper stand, and that'll be what Kongsberg does. Pastries, papers, and newspapers for all of this network. These are the things I should be writing down, or else I'm going to forget. Whatever. I've forgotten many things in my life, and I will forget many more. But that's alright. Things that I forget, I can easily replace with completely fabricated memories. As long as I believe them, they happened. Oh, something I want to touch on is oil. We'll never use oil. There's no effective way to use oil when reaching perfection. It has no use except for creating cars, and cars have no demand until the late game, and the car's demand that it fulfills is not even equal to the sum of its parts. So, not happening. Needs too much steel, tools. The oil doesn't matter because there's no other use for it. But between the steel and the tools, it's not even worth producing. Not to mention it adds to the complexity of what you have to set up. Alright, Shadow Grain. First thing you're going to have to do for me is disappear and be rebuilt anew. It makes me really sad that I can't just terminal station these. It would make the space situation a whole lot better, but oh well. Large train station, MIT signal control. And I guess I could just slam you down about here-ish and have you feed into everything? Yeah, why not? Why not? I've been told that it's better to have it closer to the industry because it loads faster. I haven't found anything to back up that assumption. But maybe there's something to be said for following it anyway. Oh, no, not the damn Hansa Preserve. Shadow Grain. It doesn't remember the name, sadly. I just have you set up right here. What is the meaning of this? There we go. %, incline might seem a little steep. Let's dump that down to 6, please. Copy the name before deleting. That's a good idea. One I'll forget, but a great idea. Now, spaghetti's going to get real ugly real soon. I should probably double line just about everything I do and have things feed into each other. Oh god, what about supplies for them? That's going to be a pain, isn't it? What did I say I'd do for these? I said I'd put down maintenance buildings here. That's going to be a real shame when everyone has to stop and guzzle up some supplies, though. I might just have to eat the fact that it's going to take a while to get those supplies back. Oh well. We'll live, I'm sure. Now, Shadow Grain needs to fit into, or feed into, all of these different places here. Already a pain, already a big old pain, but what can you do? It's just going to have to split off and meet up with a lot of other places. So the first order of business is get grain to everywhere. Then I'm going to move on to wood, vegetables, wool, all the RGOs that are consumed by cities. And that's the important distinction here, consumed by them. There's no point in bringing... great. No point in bringing in hops to everywhere, because nobody consumes hops naturally. Hey Thorn, how many hops will you want in your life? None. The only demand for hops is going to be if there's an industry for beer set up there. Incidentally, there's going to need be some industry for beer set up here unless I moved hops to the south. I didn't, so Thorn would actually be a good place to produce beer for this northern area. Unless I want to gerrymander those hops down here, but then it becomes a difficult case of who gets what for demand. But we can smooth those out in the late game. I don't care so much about them in this mid-game part. And we are well and truly in the mid-game, courtesy of having enough money to do whatever we want. So, great. Shadowgrain flows out towards Elbing, but I also need it to go out to Danzig. How do we go to Danzig? The answer is with spaghetti. No matter how high I make it, you can't go over one of these things, but that's alright. Fly, my child, fly. There are places for us to be, and that place is Danzig. This might be really, really stupid. But it might not. The dumbest thing I've ever done in my life. I mean, I'm not my friend that set fire to a man's barn, but even he would have known to line this up to the correct destination point. That looks so bad that it must be done. You know, I agree with that, because it's what I would say. Oh, no, that's moving in together. I want parallel. Oh boy, man, people in Elbing are never going to sleep again with all that clackety-clack happening over those bridges. Hi there, Jake. I've watched 10 of your Frostpunk videos, and it almost got me fired. I'd like you to stop posting quality content. Oh, you don't know what you wish for. I'm actually really looking forward to seeing a train take this horrible bridge that I've built here. Okay, well that's 3 out of 5 of them lined up. It also means that something like the wool can link into this as well and take that route, although I shouldn't make choke points that are too choky like this point. But I could have you say, curve in here and join up for this part of it, can't I? I can, and that's exactly what I may end up doing. Now, I need a line coming down, so it goes to Thorn and to Bromberg, and I could make something of an important artery here. I also really need to look up what arteries are, so that when I keep talking about them, I don't feel too much like a fool. I don't like making a habit of talking about things I know nothing about. Surprising as that might seem. Surprisingly, this doesn't actually require any bridges. It just does quite a bit of earthworks, which are relatively cheap, so I'll go with it. I can already see the future spaghetti became a beautiful train wreck. My options aren't all that many, I dare say, so I gotta do what I gotta do here. This seems like a good place to have a maintenance station, though. If I'm going to have a lot of things come up and down between these, it just seems really prudent. Also, I was given a neat trick about doing this. There we go. Supply tower here, and that way, when I delete, I'm deleting between them, because sometimes if you don't do that, you can cause some real nasty issues. Maintenance station. Precise measurements. Have that. Oh, that couldn't be much more parallel, unfortunately. Also, making sure that it lines up with it nicely is difficult, but whatever, that will do. Bit of an incline, bit of a no problem. So I mentioned I had damn near unlimited money. Well, I didn't say that, but it might have sounded like I was saying that, because it sounds like something I would say. I've already burnt through 7 million of my 16 million. Feels a bit grim. And I have almost linked up one of my RGOs. Yeah, that doesn't sound so great, does it? It's alright though, we're getting somewhere. Where we're getting though, ugh. Perish the thought. By the way, could I just run a train line through the center of Thorn? Ah, ding! You can't. You can't just go through a place like that. But that's okay because I can make a parallel line coming out here that goes towards Bromberg, taking the southern route. And that way all these kinds of things can basically feed into this main point and split off down there. So I think this initial expense is going to be the bulk of the expense. That might be optimism bias talking though, it frequently is. Doodaloo, doodaloo. That is daft enough to work. There we go. Alright, swell. That is the grain linked up. That is only one of them though. There's a whole lot more else to be linked up. This wool, for example. Wool is a bit of a tricky one for me, because I also have wool here. And there's no way they're all going to need all that much wool. But the wool can be fed off, the excess of it could be fed off. I don't have any real overproduction of wool, so there will be a bunch of wool that has to go out to here. What does that mean for me, though? Ugh, I'll have to actually think about this one, won't I? Right, spreadsheets, help me out here. Scales of production tell me that in 1 month, a fully upgraded wool place is going to produce 20 wool. The demand from a single city on wool is going to be quite small at 1.77. Meaning that one of these wool establishments is going to be able to feed all of these places, frankly. Tricky thing comes in from that clothes place. Wool is only used for clothes, right? Yeah, wool on clothes, not for anything else. Not to be confused with wood, of course. Clothes require quite a lot of wool for quite a lot of clothes. But I think the overall demand for clothes is rather high, isn't it? Where are you at, clothes? Yeah, the demand for clothes is over double that of wool. So if we actually consider what these 5 cities are going to be worth, it's 5 times this, which is 15, 16, 17, 18. And 5 times this, which is another 7 or so. Let's call it 8. Tricky thing is, come to me paint.net. This wool place can send its wool out to all these places, and it would be exhausted, but only because of the clothes industry that I have here. So how do I manage overspill? Also, if I have this wool place feed you, it might be that I don't suck all the wool out of here, because you have so much wool that you'll happily fill that up. How do I make sure the excess correctly goes over here? I don't know. I don't know how good I can condition these things. There are good conditionals that you can set on Patrician 4. But I don't think I will worry so much about that. Nah, worrying's for losers. Forget worrying. Just link them up and let God sort them out. Am I really doing wool next? Doesn't seem like the right thing to do next, but these places all demand wool, don't they? Even down in Thorn? Wow, even down in Thorn they demand wool. That's not something that's initially demanded. I think once you had about 30,000 people, the demand for that comes in. Well, if we want to check about demand, Berlin is small enough to tell us that it's 23,500 civies. That's when they start demanding wool. So, the Twink Fox Asher Barn. What I can do is copy that name, delete this place. Yeah, so, well, delete the train as well. Bye-bye. And then we need ourselves our large train station with terminal control. Signaling control, not terminal control. Just dunk you down right about here. Give you a much better name. Thank you, copy and paste. Yeah, well, you come in from this way. Why not? Thinking about it, I could also have this hook around and head over towards Ooh, oh wow, you could hook in there just to slot yourself into Danzig in a very filthy way. Huh. The thing is, Danzig's gonna get all their wool needs from here. The problem of having multiple supplies like that is a problem that I'm going to need to solve. But I don't have it solved. Can't just slot into the back of Shadow Grain. I need to slot into something like this. Actually, I need to slot into both of those directions. Which could mean I can just fly over here. Flying over. You know, that sounds pretty good. We'll do that. About Frostpunk, I tried fiddling with the in-game developer console without much success. It has an in-game development console? I didn't actually know that. The things you'll learn around here. Am I getting in your way, Elbing Warehouse? Feels like I might be with this. Not too much in your way, I'm sure. I am burning a hole in my pocket here, though. There we go, now I can link up to going down to all those ones in the south using this main point, and that grabs those two. This is probably going to be a very heavily used point here. Lighter one first. Get in there. Doesn't like that, probably because I hooked onto the wrong place. There, likes it now. Oh man, let that spaghetti flow. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Oh, if you start seeing some obvious problems in what I'm doing here, please do shout up about it. Shout up? Speak up. Please do speak up about it, because it's going to be less painful if I have to fix one thing I'm working on rather than make it all and realize, oh, I didn't consider this thing, which nullifies everything I've built today. So that should mix you up to Kongsberg, Elbing, not Elbing, yeah, Danzig. And down through to here, that should be alright. I think all learning experience is good. Hey, you gotta burn yourself on fire, there's no two ways around that. I might actually want this to connect out to here because some things will have to travel up this way. to get to Koenigsberg. Unless I want to fly over this, but I don't particularly. So I will make myself a little Y shape here. Yeah, just make that Y. There's a lot of Y going on in this. Okay. Starting to look like a certain Brazil, of which I approve of greatly. A certain Brazil. Ugh, don't like what you're getting at there. Baron von Owen has been playing quite a bit of this game recently. And I'm just assuming he's doing terrible at it, because that's what he does at every game he ever plays. Might be an unfair assessment, but it is an educated assessment. He's doing well. Well, fair play to him. He actually steps up and takes these kinds of challenges. Okay, the wool is linked up, the grain is linked up. Really, I've only linked up 2 things now? Feels like I've been at this forever. Well, time for the milk. Does it support Control X? Oh my god, it does support Control X. It was only a few years ago that I learned Control X is cut, as opposed to Control C for copy. Saw somebody at work do it, and it just kind of blew my mind. So why did I not even consider that as an option? Alright, you should be quite easy to link up. Should. We'll see about that, though. It's going to be really easy to connect you up to here, that's no doubt. So that's going to get you down to those 2. I also want you up to Koenigsberg, which would be good if I could connect you to this little bypass here, but I don't think I can. Well, not unless I wanted to do something really awkward like that. And believe me, part of me does want to do that, but part of me also thinks that that is not a legal move in Railway Empire. Could actually connect it up to something like this, but that's hideous, but also quite charming. I can't deny that I like it. Can't deny that I really like it. That exclusively sends the milk up to Koenigsberg. But there must be a better way. Maybe I shouldn't overuse that bit of track there. How is that a 3%? It's actually very gentle because of the contour. This is actually going up into already elevated lands. It's really hard for me to turn that down. I like it. And if I like it, that's a good enough reason to do it. The issue, or one of the issues here, is that that completely misses out on both Elbing and Danzig, both of which are going to want to drink their milk, because this is the only milk for the northern German region. So I need something that feeds into Elbing. Let's see, this is Elbing's RGO input. So really, I could just cut over this and into here, couldn't I? Something like so. Can I move you around a bit? I think you were much better just being earlier on and higher, weren't you? What if I just delete you? Oh, sometimes the game just knows best. And because that is legal, the game forces this other one to be legal. Now you connect up with Elbing. The only place you don't make it to is Danzig. How do I get you over to Danzig? I have to think about how did Wool get over to Danzig? Ah, it hooks into here. Yes, of course. This might become a bit of a busy place. That could be a problem for me. Well, sometimes you've just got to keep sinning once you've already sinned. How do I get into here? How do I get into here? Well, like so, of course. I see no way that this could fail. Curses. It's not happy with this, is it? I thought that'd be forced to be okay, but it wants to elevate too high too soon. Some things are not meant to be. March into the sea, cut some corners. Need to get over to Danzig with the milk. The milk is here. The spaghetti is already placed. I don't like this being such a busy way over to Danzig, though. I would rather have the milk take its own dedicated line out to run parallel with that, rather than further add to its problems. Then again, it probably shouldn't be that busy. It's only a few RGOs. It's only wool, grain, and milk. Wood and tatties. Well, I think they'd take the lower road into Danzig, frankly, than further clog this up. So it might not be the worst of sins to just have you meet up here. Sadly, you can't have bridges have intersections like this. I'm not sure if intersection is the right word, but it's the word I'm using. I could have the milk come around from here as well. If it came around and slotted into there, it would work. Curvy. I almost can't believe this works. Almost. Ah, bums. Well, it almost works. Good enough reason to find a way to make it work. There we go. There we go. Oh no, same reason it wouldn't work as before. It has to get too high too fast. It does not like bridging up that fast. Does that mean I should start it from the other side then? Welcome to spaghetti issues. It certainly is spaghetti. Is there any way to bring you up like that? I guess not. Can you do a little corkscrew to gain height? I feel like we'd be getting a bit away from the issue if we start considering how best to corkscrew it. Ooh, build walls now. Hideous. But it's not answering my question. How do I get the milk to Danzig? These are the kinds of spaghetti issues I'm going to have to be solving lots of, so I need a good working solution for it. Perhaps a more reasonable approach is how can I feed myself into here? Which is something you should be able to do without too much issue. I doubt you could make a turn on a dime like this. I had hoped. I had hoped. That's way too tight for this. Oh, I've been looking at this for 10 minutes. It's like a bad puzzle, and I don't have a solution for. I could branch it off sooner here. Are you going to be okay with that? Surprisingly, yes. Okay, well that was a lot simpler than I thought. And it's just a case of feeding you up into here some way, somehow. Going over stuff once again. I'm sure you'll be fine. Great, all of our spaghetti issues have been solved. Although this one might be faster just to reverse these ones. There we go. There we go. Much better. So the milk can travel out to all of those, and since it goes down, it automatically feeds into everything that goes into Bromberg and Thorn already. That's good. Boy, what a mess. But in theory, this is a mess we shouldn't have to touch, except to feed in necessary goods for producing specific items inside the city. So let's not worry about that. Oh, there is also the fact of feeding like fruit and stuff up into these guys, but mostly that's an Elbing thing, which can be ended here. If it needs to go up into Koenigsberg that badly, then we just take the scenic route along the coastline here. I always wanted to build along this thing, and now I have an opportunity to do so. Speaking of said fruit, Danzig needs a metric ton of this stuff. They're all going to want the fruit, so let's bring them all the fruits that they deserve. Well, the fruits that they want, if nothing else. Now, where does one even start with bringing them that fruit? Could I just start it right here? I think even if I have a simple 1-2 back and forth going over here, and I forgot to give you your name, didn't I? You are Laser Kiwi Fruit, and I already got rid of that. Many years from now, scholars will discuss why the rails of Germany failed. The aerial view of the spaghetti will be Exhibit A. They did not fail. They will not fail. Thinking about it, it might be better to have a dedicated route that comes out of one side into here, since it's going to be the heaviest load for that. Then it would come out and go into there. Trouble with doing that is it completely blocks off this this thing. Might be an idea to demolish Danzig warehouse for now. Rebuild you somewhere else. Within range, but oh right, range was already an issue. Oh boy. Never so easy, is it? Could I dare to have you so northern as to have you around here? You can't build into the city, but sadly I can't seem to build into the waters either. Is it really necessary to build so much track? Can you not stick many trains on one track? I certainly can, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I really don't think it's going to be enough. Lots of track means lots of places to stick the trains, and there'll be a lot of trains, so I don't want them muscling on each other. Also, with lots of dedicated track, I don't need to worry so much about which of these lines are going to utilize so much, or so I hope at least. Right, hate to say it, but maybe that... Hold on, what if I just had a little warehouse? Tiny little warehouse. It would need to have signaling control. Only regular warehouse has that, and it's not really any smaller than this. Crumbs. Okay, well there's another thought that I simply... Yeah, to every solution there's a quick and easy yet wrong solution. Already regret moving this thing. How is this even gonna help me? How tightly can I get out of here? Okay, this should suffice. I'm gonna put that there as a reminder that that's as tight as I can get out and about from there. Ay, ay, ay. That'll have to do, but it will do. And that's a nice thing. While we're at it, lazy kiwi fruit. There's your maintenance building. Okay, that should be able to supply Danzig with all the fruits they need. Now it's just a question of getting to all the other ones. Interestingly enough, if I get these fruits onto this track, I can easily enough get them over to both Kongsberg. Let me look at it through here. We can get onto this track, which will actually take us up north to Kongsberg, oh, but not to Elbing. This is Elbing's RGO home, isn't it? But you know, taking a southern route and cutting over to Elbing won't be any big deal, but it would be quite nice to have a straight shot through. So let's take that straight shot. Cross the Baltic. Do it! We can cross a fair bit across the Baltic. What are we talking about to do that, by the way? If I wanted to go up into Kongsberg just to deliver some RGOs... Oh, speaking of that... Oh yeah, pretty much everything going up to Kongsberg takes that, that little route up there, which should be fine. It's a minor 2 million cost. Sometimes I worry that these are just too high, right? Seek ways to cut cost. Such as... It's pretty hard to follow this, I'll follow this anything, really. Oh, boy. Fussy, very fussy. Almost there. See, I've shaved 500,000 off the whole operation already. Now, if you ignore the 18% incline-decline there, which I obviously am ignoring, we've got a bit of a working solution here. Bit of a trek just to get some apples over to Kongsberg. But I'm willing to make the sacrifices, the hard sacrifices that Germans don't seem to understand making. There you go. I'm definitely hooking into Kongsberg on the wrong side here. I think I should make this and then actually delete it from this point. Oh, dang. Failed on that one, because I should be hooking it at that point. But that's alright. Surely it'll accept the other side of it. Ooh. Did that somehow cost me more money? Oh, Jesus. I would not be comfortable riding this. I would feel in imminent danger at all times. And yet, I feel it's our duty to ride it. We're going to take a completely safe run of this, right? Work in progress, Northern Germany. And I'm going to reload that save so I don't lose anything out here. But we're going to make ourselves a new locomotive. We're going to run express with the Stirling from Kongsberg 2, which seems like it's called Kongsberg 1 there, over to Laser Kiwi. Wait, if it's express, it's not going to take anything, is it? Alright, ignore that then. Kongsberg, do you want any fruits? Because I could do it like so. Actually, could I just discard all these changes and ignore it altogether? I think I can. Do you want fruit, Kongsberg? That's what I'm asking. They are dying for some fruit, sir. Okay then, I shall get them a lovely new Class 121. And this lovely Class 121 shall run from here to here, and it'll know what to do. It's going to stock up on fruits and bring them over, right? The game's going to complain about a lot of things, but let's just ignore that for now and take a lovely, relaxed ride along. Given the 18% incline, it might struggle a little bit with this, but that's okay. We're also running on the wrong side of the tracks because I didn't signal it. No, go away. Not important. What's important is this breathtaking view that all the fruits are going to get across the Baltic. Ah, jinx, now this is pretty beautiful. Also quite intimidating. You wonder just how far it goes on for. Boy, there's that, that's Danzig, right? We're passing Danzig? I'll believe it. I can see that, can hear it braking for the bend. Hopefully that's the only braking that happens during this, and, oh, the roller coaster dip. That must be the 18%. This train would be off its rails by now. Well, dang. It's like this strip of land exists to be used for the railways. These guys are very confused as to what they're even doing here. I think we've made something really rather special. And it's speaking for itself with all the money that's coming back in. I'd be the entire way wondering if it doesn't need something to protect against the tides. It's the Baltic, there are no tides. Small little bit of track that the engineers were convinced the land could handle, and then it's straight back to bridge supports. And in we go to Kongsberg. All the fruit they could ever want. Kongsberg is in decline. Oh wow, and it can absolutely thunder through it at 81 kilometers per hour on the way back. Which it would have to do, because that's a long way to go for some fruits. Yeah, the apples might actually fix that decline. What do you think, guys? Should we keep this? It's definitely one of the more expensive ways to get to Kongsberg, but given that those apples need to go there, it's pretty efficient. Catan says we gotta keep it. Alright, we're keeping it then. Let's get back to our construction, though. She's a keeper. It must be kept. It's awfully good. There we go. It's comments like that keep me going throughout all this. Keep myself limbered up for it. Okay, so with that, the fruits reach to Danzig and to Kongsberg, but not to Elbing. But that kind of stuff I think could be taken from the south. Because in the end, I'm going to need to bring things like the sugar beets and the vegetables around to here. Ah, that's a good point. I have vegetables here and vegetables here. I can actually ignore one of these vegetable plantations up here because vegetables aren't going to be utilized entirely. The question is which one. One way to look at it is which one do I already own? The answer is neither of them. Another way to look at it is what levels are they? Well, you're level 1 and you're level 2. 400 grand to buy that. And 700 grand to buy that. I forget how much it costs me to upgrade the things myself. There's also the question of who's going to have an easier time moving these goods up to all these places. It'd be very easy to split it over to Elbing if I follow this route. This route is also a free run up to Kongsberg. It's not so free to go into Danzig with the way I've got things set up for some reason. But actually I think I could easily enough cut in through this and sneak in via this way. It's just this line's going to be clobbered. I'd rather squeeze some things in from this route. Which, painful as it may be, I might have an easier time coming through all this. Or I might not. I might be better off splitting you off and having a separate line that runs out through here. And that... Oh, okay. Okay, I think I will do it from that side then. Still, that only is good if I've got my apples going everywhere right now, and I really don't. I only have them going to Danzig and to you. So the apples should come down and go over to Elbing and then over to there. So I think I need like a Y-shaped thing here and a Y-shaped thing here to make that a reality. But you know what? I will make it a reality. It's a little concern to me how much people think I'm off my rocker doing this. To those people, I just say you clearly didn't see enough of Patrician 4. Nobody's actually saying these are voices that I am putting together in my head, clearly. Ooh, don't like this. Better to just have the 3% and have the bridge than not. Although, well, it should be fine. I mean, there's already an 11% there, but it's a very short one. I doubt any loss of speed is going to be too detrimental to us. Oh, I didn't signal this. Not that signals matter for this part at all, I dare say. But it's the principle of it. At least signals work over bridges. Imagine if they didn't. Imagine if it was just one big signal block. Would be rough, wouldn't it? Okay, so part of this is you also need to be coming down here. How do I best do this without getting in the way of Elbing's warehouse too much? I think the answer is to do it early. Ah, that doesn't make things coming up to Elbing go that much easier though, does it? No, I think it does, because what I could do is just have it be considerably larger and flow in like so. This is going to be a conflict, isn't it? It's always a conflict. Wow. Thought for sure that those bridges would have mashed together in an unpleasant sense, but no they don't. And that should give plenty of space for Elbing to go over, under, or around any of these. So that means anyone can go anywhere along here. I just need to extend that mutually across to here. I'm really taken towards these larger Y-shaped intersections, if you could even call them intersections. I'm still not sold on the name. Because it means any trains that get stuck along there aren't going to clog things up. Alright, glorious. That means the apples can flow around all they want. And this spaghetti is looking good. Looking good enough to eat. 5 million kilometers will not be enough at the end of the game. I came to see the wonders of German engineering. 1852's finest railway achievement is bound in the newly opened Danzig-Kongsberg seawall route, bridging along 80 miles of Baltic coastline. Complimentary apples for all viewers. Ah, it's really pretty. How you even build something like this, though, I have no idea. How you even build it 200 years ago now, there's an even bigger question. One that I don't have, or particularly want the answer to. Recht. Apples are everywhere. Now it's the question of the veggies. I forget which vegetable place I said I'd rather be utilizing. I've really forgotten. I think it was this one, because I can smack it into here to get it everywhere and go up and down. The only thing is if it's going up, there's no free route into this, is there? No, that's a mistake I made, not making an easy way for you to branch up into there. As if that's the only mistake I've made today. The audacity. Well, you know what? Let's compound our mistakes with further mistakes. Is that really where I wanted it? Probably not. Probably really not. Couldn't I just have you sniff off over to here? Yeah, I think I can. Trouble is you enter in on the wrong side. Well, no, not if you just snip right over that. We'll see what we can make work here. It just keeps getting better, doesn't it? Curses. Didn't think you'd be such a problem there, but a problem you are. Means this one needs to be adjusted slightly, and by adjusted slightly I mean deleted altogether and rethought out. Because what I can do is just move you over a little bit, not down there of course, but ooh, that might just work. Shame about this though, can I not raise you up a bit? Minimize the amount of horrific decline there. Now you're not happy, go figure. Probably because you're on the wrong side, you'll enjoy this a bit more. Okay. Oh, bugger nuts, that was the wrong side. That's okay though, easily fixed. Oh, you can't do demolition markers on bridges. That's pain. Okay, how about we mix it up a bit then, and we say that oh no, which side does this go into? Goes into that side. Crumbs. Okay, no, this could work still though. I just need to have you match up on this side. Eh? How's that then? You match up to that. Oh, hey. If you enjoy what you do, you never work a day in your life. That said, some of this might be slightly impossible. But just get rid of that. Oh yes, there we go. Dedicated Danzig bypass is go. Why did I build that? I can't remember, but I'm sure I had a good reason. I think I just wanted to get my veggies up to Danzig. Okay, glorious. They can't do that, shoot them or something. Okay. Now I got wood and I've got veggies down here, both of which need to flow. But I think with the way this is sorted out, I can feed anything into here and get it to any of these locations. Because if it's going down the way, it'll hit both Thorn and Brombury, and if it's going up the way, well, it can go to Danzig that way. It can go to Elbing that way, and it can go to Kongsberg that way. It's a little worrying that I would feed so much into Kongsberg on one little route like this. But it might be alright. It might really be alright. I'm hoping it is, at least. Maybe I should do that, just get both of these stuck up into there. Yeah, I think that's for the best, actually. How am I going to do this, though? I think I know. Copy Filbo Manor. Delete Filbo Manor. Delete everything coming out of Filbo Manor. And give them a... It sucks to have to build large train stations for these, but large train stations fill up their things the fastest. And then give it a much better name. And then take Silzo's Clearing. Give it much the same treatment. There are probably people watching thinking, that's it, he's thrown in the towel. He's obviously just taking immense amounts of piss out of this. But no, I believe. And if you don't believe, that's fine. I can't make you. But I can make you eat those words that I've imagined you saying. What do I spy here? Spy a little bit of extra money with my name on it. I don't think there's any good reason to do any kind of complicated tracks going in and out of these. If it's 2 in, 2 out like this, into a maintenance station, they'll figure out where they need to go well in advance. You can always feed some of it into the warehouses, Jake, or make more warehouses. Could, but I haven't decided all what everybody gets. Oh well, Kongsberg, I know, for example, is going to need wood. Yeah, because you're going to be my newspaper agency. We need pictures. Alright, J. Jonah Jameson. I could actually make Silzo Clearing have a dedicated route up to you. That should cut down on congestion, because it's going to consume a lot of wood to make all those papers. How much wood, you might reasonably ask, and that's why we turn to our scales of production. Every bit of newspaper needs a bit of paper. And every bit of paper needs a very small amount of wood, actually. So wood goes a long way to creating paper and newspaper, but all of those things are consumed. The paper, the newspaper, and the wood itself. So I think I'll save myself a lot of harm if I make the clearing head up to Kongsberg, which I think has been struggling on getting wood. Well, apparently not, but it's going to struggle now, especially with what I've done to its railways. So I think I should just have a dedicated line that runs straight towards Kongsberg's warehouse, which should of course be told to accept, oh yeah, grain for the pastries, and wood for the wood. Probably max on all of it, why not? No harm, no fuss. There we go. So I'll just have you flow into there, and then have everyone else flow everywhere else. Just in time for the plinky plonky music to finally kick in. Ooh, I've already got a maintenance station here, so actually I could just feed you into there. It does stop you from going up this way though, which is a shame. I would probably want you to go up in that direction at certain points. What are my best options for that? I could bypass over all of this. No, I could have these ones head over to the left. That seems easy, because then anybody that wants to go in that direction can just take that direction, no questions asked. Did I feed you into the wrong part? No? Then what's the problem? Oh, it curves out a little too much, doesn't it? This is where the idea of taking the tight turn first doesn't perhaps work out so well. How about that then? Considerably better. So you can take all those routes down there, and then I will want you to Just to get my veggies and my wood flowing all sorts of ways. This might make this a little too busy, but I'm just hoping that's not going to be a problem here. And that was the wrong place to put you. There we go. Alright, so now anybody coming up this way can go and take the lower route, or any of these routes. Which is kind of daft, because this route allows you to take the lower route. But it allows you to bypass this busy juncture. Perfecto. Going to try out train roundabouts? Not so sure about that. I could look into them, but I don't really know how to put them together on this. Okay, great. That makes the vegetables flow everywhere, right? It will, for example, flow up to Danzig, right? Yeah, because I made this bypass over to Danzig. Good, good. So now I've linked up almost everything. I've ignored this. I'll be ignoring you. These beets need to go places, though. They do certainly need to go places. I could have them go straight into Bromberg from here. I could have them cut through this into Thorn, and if I just feed them up, they'll be able to branch off to everywhere. To which I probably just have them cut in and up into there. An easy solution. That does mean the Bunny Collective is going to have to be split off here. Better check my names on that one. What was Bunny Collective assigned to? Was that wool? I think it was, but I don't plan on using the wool right now. So I'm actually going to cut off Bunny Collective from the used names for now. I'm going to cut off Bunny Collective altogether. Plonk. And then I'd need something for these sugary beets. There's also something to be said for shoving the beets into Danzig by this route. Up and into here, because I think it'd be faster than going down and around and clogging up all of that. Also, my money is really starting to dwindle, but don't let it get to you. Not letting it get to me, despite my in debt to the bank. It's alright though, at this point I own the bank, not the other way around. People's cries for me to stop grow ever louder, I'm sure, but we cannot stop and we will not stop. Little hesitant to put a line here that cuts off this this warehouse access to all this stuff, but I'm going to have places that are far tighter to build on than this. How many trains do you have? I've cut away quite a lot of them because I trimmed down a lot of what I had, but I have 207. The limit is 1600. Hopefully that limit doesn't turn into a problem, but I will need a lot of trains. The Worth Estate. No, I don't think so. What names do we have still going for beetroots? I'm going to call these the Liquid Snow Beets. And get the name wrong. Beets. Now, you need to go both north and south. I hope this can sneak in by up and around here. See, there we go, no problems. Which one's this, though? This is the outie one. No parallel track bonus for this, sadly. Oh boy, I actually put it on the wrong side already. Whoops. So Daisy, straight over to you. Has to make its own wee little bit of bridge there. Boy, this is confusing now, isn't it? Bit of snakes and ladders, but with train lines here. Alright, so the beats can go up to Danzig nice and easy. Oh, you know what? We could have them join into this. So they could also take the scenic route. That would get them over to Kongsberg nice and easy. Oh, I can't resist. There's got to be a way. Just squeeze over there. Just squeeze. Got to be a way to make it work. It's not gonna like that. We know it's not gonna like it, so how do we make it like it? I wouldn't mind that so much. So if we had that... and just somehow... gave you a way to transfer over to there... Make it dual track halfway first, then connect them afterwards. Make it a dual track halfway first, then connect afterwards. I don't really know what you're saying, but you're probably saying that I should... I should get my focus done over here a bit. I think it's easier if I connect you folks up. I mean, go figure, you're not going to be happy with this part. Can I just get rid of everything that isn't part of this bridge first? Give me more room to maneuver with. No, there's a lot it doesn't like about that. Well, it certainly comes up this way. Why don't I just, to hell with that, come out along here and branch in like so. Whatever way works. Simpler and it works. Great. Now someone else can join on the death train to Kongsberg. Excellent. So now the sugar beets get their way up to Danzig and up to Kongsberg. And then it's just a case of bringing them over to Elbing and Friends. And all I need to do is connect them down to the south for that. Easily done. And then maybe split them off with a double into here, going up and down. Unfortunately, this is a four-way. Breaks apart there. But it only needs to join up to the thorn line there. What's with the sad music playing right now? The track isn't properly dual-tracked. There are two tracks next to each other. I won't claim to know what you're meaning with that. I will, however, acknowledge that I've been forgetting to signal. Which again, I'm glad are free in these in this game. Oh, well no, this looks signaled enough to me. Looks fine to me. I mean, he's coming up from the beets farm, and then he goes, oh, do I want to take the left over to Danzig, or the straight ahead, where I can go doopy 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 doop, and then join up with this. Looking good. Oh, I understand what you mean now. You mean they weren't dual-tracked, as in adjacent like that? Yeah, I got it. I got it. Well, it doesn't matter, because it's working now. And if it works, it's fine. Now, liquid snow beets. They might get to Bromberg, but they're not currently getting to Thorn. Also, I shouldn't have connected you up that way, because I should have used that side to get over. You just cut down to Thorn if I really want. Actually, I could just snap these off and take them around to Thorn. It's just I don't want to go through any of this. Probably better to cut through all this and then split off. So it goes up and down, up to Elbing, down to Thorn. I wonder why they make it a sword-swinging noise for getting rid of your train tracks, though. Something just doesn't seem right about that. Oh boy, not nearly as unright as what I'm about to do here, I think. That is way, way, way too much bridge for one man. A little bit of bridge will go a long way, my friend. And then you make your call, north or south. Good enough. Anchor you down there. Bring you along to here. And that's your route down to Thorn. Quite a bit longer than the distance would have you believe, but the consumption of sugar beets isn't outrageous. I'm sure it'll be fine. And over you go to this side as well. And you can sort out your destination easily enough because it feeds into a maintenance warehouse station. Just make sure that they are explicitly signaled. Implicit is not good enough. Thank goodness for being able to automatically put signals down. And to those that don't know, you hold down Shift and Control, and then it will automatically put down signals that force direction throughout all of that track. It's pretty good. Money's getting low. Time to unpause. No, the problem is if I unpause, all these places are going to fall apart because I don't have the trains to go between them. Also, small problem. I don't have the money to set up trains for them, and I certainly that's certainly a problem that's going to keep growing as I build more but don't give them what they need. However, let me look at this map one more time. Let's look at it together, why don't we? Well, if I ignore these sugar beets, which I'm definitely doing, because I don't think everyone's going to be needing sugar beets. Actually, what's the sugar beet consumption wastage look like? Beets, beets, beets. There's a wastage of 40 beets. And, I think those beets can be gerrymandered into another another location. So I'm going to consider that as something I'm probably going to want to take away from this group and put it into somewhere else. Or, I just shove them into a warehouse here, and then that warehouse will distribute it elsewhere. Because there are beets over here for this hub. Oh, there are no beets at all for here. And people like beets. Alright, so it makes a whole lot more sense to have this include those beets. I haven't put a lot of thought into how this is segregated up. In fact, I might share this image. Well, hell, if you're watching this, if I get rid of my stupid layer that I've made here, that's probably not the best quality I could have for the stream, is it? Because there are people that will probably try to screen cap this or something. And we can make you a bit bigger. I have a much higher quality thing of this which I can share. There might be people out there that are clever buggers enough to figure out a more streamlined way to put this together such that there's a more balanced distribution of the RGOs. But the hub system is going to look mostly like this. The only thing that's going to change is a bit of gerrymandering as I bring my layer back here, as I figure out, okay, which things need to move from one place to another. It might even be silly things like, whoa, this has to be moved into the green zone because the green zone doesn't have enough things and needs some extra peat. That's obviously not what's going to happen. It has peat, but that's an example. Still, something to consider, and consider it I shall. But enough of this. Let's get back to this. I'm not going to be done with this today until I have northern Germany functioning and rolling. We know the rest of Germany is fine. Ignore all these breakdowns and missing supplies. How can you have missing supplies? Well, you're completely out of water. Oh, this is from that stupid thing that I set up here that doesn't work at all, isn't it? I'll probably be deleting most of these because they're just not working out at all. But they are making me a tiny bit of money at least, so you can have your supplies. Anyway, that's not the concern. The concern is northern Germany tonight. It's almost all working. I just need to link up the piggies. And then it should be good to flow. It should have pretty much everything it needs. Hopefully it doesn't start shrinking though. That would be bad. I forget. Were these hops going to be part of northern Germany? I hope not, because I don't need extra work right now. They are, but I don't think they should be. I think they should be going down south a bit. There's a lot of goods up here for northern Germany already, so I'll ignore those for now. You're going to have everything you need for clothes and brandy and leather and sausages, which can be spread across. Elbing is going to be losing out here. It won't need to produce clothes or sausages. Hopefully these industries will die and then I can pick them up nice and cheaply. Koenigsberg produces the pastries that everyone's going to need. I should buy this place out while I have the chat. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'll get my opportunity to buy things out. So that'll be paper and newspapers for everybody. Thorn and Bromberg lack the industries. But I can give them industries down the line. I left for an hour and this is exactly what I wanted how I wanted the Hansa to look. An hour ago, does that mean you missed the Baltic Sea Empire's greatest economical asset? Baltic's never been so beautiful. What actually exists along this strip of land in real life? Is there anything there at all? I guess I could Google map and check, but that feels like cheating. So, piggies. Piggies only need to go to one location, and that's where they get butchered up for leather and sausages. The question is, do I need one or multiple of those? And that is a question that the spreadsheet can answer for me, potentially. Oh, houses and a road live there. What? Is there ever a high tide? So the consumption of piggies is quite high, or is going to be quite high, 3.5 per city. So we need a lot of them coming out of Danzig. Oh, we don't have the capacity for that. We do for now. The cities aren't big yet, but I'll need to keep that in mind when I consider my my growth. So, Worm's sausages have got a lot to do, we see. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Then all I need to worry about is getting Owen's piggies up to Danzig, and they're going to go into Danzig warehouse. And that's going to be a very slick operation, but I'm still going to kill Olwen's piggies. Oh, right, yeah, I'm doing it again. There we go. Gonna kill Olwen's piggies. But don't worry, they'll be back pretty much immediately. Up to that warehouse and we're good to go. It's an inland sea, so no, yeah, you don't understand. What if the moon suddenly gets really close? Okay, that should be everything I need for now. Except, I need trains for RGOs. I need trains for the express line, which funnily enough isn't going to be that express. Probably just set it to automatic for now, honestly. I can sort out the exact stuff that goes between the cities later on, although I might regret not setting it up interestingly now. And there are doubtlessly going to be places where they don't have enough supplies, so I might just spec the whole lines with supply stations. Since they're all set up now, I might as well just put them down here. If they're really that painful for us, well, oh jinx, it's going to be sucking for these guys to get supply. Can I? No? Ah, oh, come on, game. They need to get their supplies out here. That's going to have to do for you, but that's a long way to come back here with no supplies. Oh, well, no, there's no supplies to be had there either. Oh, that's really unfortunate. I think I'll just have to accept that I will give them supplies as the game moans at me that there's a lack of supplies, otherwise it's going to be a pain to suss out. Okay. Elbing's not going to be producing anything for a while, I dare say. Makes me feel a little bad, right? I should be figuring out other things that people should get, because this is probably not going to be enough to supply them. Like, they're not getting cheese or sauerkraut or beer or many of these advanced things. They're getting sugar beets, and they'll get paper and newspapers. Well, it might be okay. Hopefully it's okay. Yes, they'll get. Ah, sure, it'll be fine. Okay, now I need a lot of trains, unfortunately. And further to my misfortune, I think I have a lot of trains just sitting around that are not doing anything, but I find it hard to keep track of my train. Yeah, okay, here we go. A bunch of trains not doing anything here at the top. What is this one? Danzig 2 to Vienna. Oh, cripes, that's something I forgot about, isn't it? Danzig needs to have an offshoot to Vienna for no good reason. It's going to be a bit of a pain for you, Danzig, but you should still be able to do that. So Danzig to Vienna can still flow. There is another Danzig Vienna, right? Danzig to Vienna is there, with bad condition, of course, and Danzig Vienna is there too. Good, I need that to keep flowing because it's one of my objectives to get things running here. We need some more signaling in the eastern port. Do we now? Well spotted, thank you. This must be very hard to tell if you're viewing on mobile. Aha, missing out on here as well. This is going to take forever. And this is just one of a particularly easy area to sort out with tracks. But I imagine it'll get faster and easier the more I do. I haven't linked them up to the overflow warehouses, but overflow's not a concern just yet. Sorry, Meows Greens, but we're not going to be using this. We're not going to be using this place. I'll be using this, but I don't need it right now, so I'm ignoring it. I am ignoring it, right? Does this wool actually go everywhere? Yeah, for example, does Danzig get wool into this this warehouse? I don't think it does. It doesn't even connect up that way. Ooh. Then maybe, just maybe, I should definitely have you link into all of this. Okay, changed my mind on it. I do want you in here. To answer the question about your lake snake superhighway, there are actually a few towns on the Stula Spit, the land snake. You used to be able to pass through it to get the ports of Bay Danzig, but in the 13th century it naturally silted up and Danzig took over as the primary port in the area. Ah, I mean, it is Danzig. Danzig does as it pleases. Let's move the supply tower a bit further up. And that means that we can have a return of the Bunny Collective. There you go, Bunny. Reinstituted. Okay. The not-so-minor issue of trains now. I gotta go to the top to find the ones that aren't actually doing anything. Oh, well... It's just sitting around, and I wonder if it'll wait until things are built up again for it, and then they'll activate. I mean, they say they're gonna go, but to be honest, I'm not so sure about these ones. I feel like I'd be better off just deleting them for now. Otherwise, they're going to get in my way. Yeah, probably best just to delete the train. 36 grand. How much does it cost to buy one of these? 37 grand. Okay, so it's no big deal. The Elbing one that has nowhere to go. Can I just find an easy way to delete all the trains that have no tracks right now? Probably not. I'd be best off deleting everything I ever had up top here. I certainly deleted a lot of them when I was purging the area, but I worry I didn't get all of them. Alright, can unpause. There we go. Oh boy, they're chugging. They're trying to do stuff. The Kongsberg to Danzig 2. No, I don't want you to exist. I don't want any train to exist up here. I want to make them anew so that I know exactly what is flowing around here. So I'll find everything that pops up and complains at me. Actually, do I have an easier way of doing this? I think there's a way of showing... If I have night mode on, and I have... well, that hides a lot of stuff, but okay. Route details? I don't really need that right now. I just want to see the trains so that I can delete them. Who are you, for example? Danzig to Elbing. Now, I will want Danzig to Elbings. Oh, definitely. But right now, they gotta go. Whilst I sort this mess out. Oh, we got something new here. Several trains are waiting to be activated. Kongsberg, oh, not on my watch. What do we have over here? Another one that's gotta go. Who else is trying funny business here? Keep your eyes peeled, folks. No trains without my permission around here. I am the train god. I gotta be careful not to double click on something I built. Actually, with that in mind, we're still doing work in progress Northern Germany. Overwrite that. Jings, everyone's trying to flow out of Shadow Grain here. Anybody else want some of this? Alright, great. We've made Northern Germany pure and free of locomotives. Now let's change that by choking Northern Germany to death with locomotives. Right. Right. Yeah, drink from all this. Talking non-stop today after being ill is a bit taxing on the old throat, but don't worry about it. That's my cross to bear. Is that a train? No, it's a bridge. Going mad, starting to see trains where there are no trains. This should be less difficult than making the train lines, but I'm going to have a hard time keeping track of it. New trains. Oh, first off, are we sure that we're done with all the trains here? I think the shortest routes are at the bottom. Some of these guys are even... Danzig 2 cannot be reached. Are you sure about that? If you head up here, and up here, and up here, you can get onto Danzig. You just press forward through Bromberg, through Thorn. Ah, that's because it's looking for Danzig 2 and not Danzig 1. So I actually need to go to those and edit their route to say, no, you're not going to Danzig 2, you're going to Danzig 1. Same with you. Not Danzig 2. Wait, Jagger's salt mine? Oh Christ, yeah, I had the salt coming up here all along, didn't I? Nordman Hollow to... No, away you go. Anybody else think there being funny business going over to Danzig? That's to Cologne, which is fine. Missing operational supplies, she'll be fine. Okay. Danzig 1 cannot be reached. Of course you can reach Danzig 1. There's a very, very obvious and convoluted line up to Danzig 1. Just go and take it. Probably needs a bit of time to figure out what's what, so I will not berate them too much. Bromberg 2 cannot be reached. Well, that sounds like a great invitation to just get rid of you. These kinds of problems are going to fly up. I did cut off a very integral part of my perfect Hansa and restructure it, and boy has it been restructured. Right, but now I need to set up new train lines. So, the Class 121 is a good mixed operator, unless I have access to anything better by now, but I haven't unpaused the game much, so I doubt I do. It's a slightly more powerful, but not really in any way better alternative, is it? I like mixed trains right now. Actually, specific freight trains are probably more what I should be looking for right now. Something like you? Simple, but not less elegant. Reliable backbone. It's slower, but it's more powerful. I really don't want slower, though. Let me think. It's an 060. If I look at the... Oh, cripes. Which 060 is it? The Quest 060. There we go. Consumption 129 is something I care about. Okay, consumption being that high is unacceptable. It means I have to keep stopping for more and more supplies, so forget that. There's no upgrades that catch my eye then. Profits in factories, ticket prices, not really speaking to me. Trained personnel cost and applicants are also not appealing. Is there anything that is appealing? Okay, cost of things going down by 5% is actually quite appealing. I'll take that, actually. Those auctions are going to get expensive for me. I'm not sure if you may have answered this. Do you plan on revisiting State of Decay 2 with the new update? Yes. I'm waiting for the Dark Side mod and the Community Editor tool to be updated as well, though. Right, I've been pussyfooting enough. Let's get these train lines going. I'm going to start with grain to everywhere and go from there. So Shadows grain up to Warehouse 8. But here's the painful part. I should really name them. I should really name them. So I would have it as... Automatic should suffice for this. There's no need to overthink it. But I would need you to get in there, and I would call you something like... grain to Königsberg. That wouldn't work, because if I have it could be Bremen or Brandenburg. I have fairly long names for this, so that's good. That name is not good. When I did this in Patrician 4, I had a really good setup for naming all of my my ships that did their rounds. I don't know what I'd need for this. Calculate the minimum necessary number of trains. Oh, no. The profit margins don't need to be that tight. Grain to Königsberg, I probably want 2 of them, given how much they're going to want that. And it's called Grains to Königsberg 2, which is sensible. And it seems to do that route just nicely. Okay. I'm probably going to regret this and come up with a different naming convention later on, but for now, this is what I got. More locos. And this is going to be grain to Elbing. Hopefully 1 should suffice. Come to think of it, do I really need to rename them? It's already called Grain to Elbing. Although I don't like the fact that it's called Shadow Grain to Elbing 2. Does that mean there's a first one? Worrying. So if I look at my train list and sort it by alphabet, is there existing currently a Shadow Grain to... Oh no. It remembers that I've already had one, and it wanted to call it the number 2, even though I already deleted the first one. Just like how it increments the names of all the warehouses, even though I've deleted old ones. I don't have 16 warehouses, but it's counting deleted ones. Oh, okay then. Probably I do want to rename these myself. Okay, fair enough though. Another loco. This is me just doing grain to everywhere, so the grain's got to go to Danzig. Okay, nice. It only shows the ones that it can actually reach here, so I can't tell it to go to Danzig's express line, because it can't do that. I just tell you to go to Danzig, and we're good. And I shouldn't have lost that, because now I need to find it to rename it. S for Shadows Grain. Yeah, there we go. Shadow Grain to Danzig 2. Or maybe it meant Danzig 2 as in Danzig 2 the station. Hard to say, actually. Anyway, grain to Danzig. Boy. This is getting taxing. Great, and that's grain to Thorn. Is there an E on Thorn? There isn't. You could shorten the names like G to Elbing instead of grain to Elbing. Yeah. Except then it's P to Elbing, but does the P stand for porcelain or pigs or that other stuff? Feldspar. I thought it began with a P. More loco. Grain to Bromberg. And since I've named them, it should be easier to duplicate them. I think I'm going to need a second one of those since it's such a long trip. So we'll have 2 of them going as well. Alright, great. Grain's done. And we got to repeat this process for all the RGOs and all the cities. And remember, this is one of the 11 hubs that I'm going to be setting up. And this is just raw goods. I am not done with their finished goods or their factories at all. Wool to Königsberg. And wool to Elbing. Again, glad I can have long names on this. If we're lucky, we'll get 10 minutes of the trains running. Yeah, once we're done with this, we'll let the trains run, enjoy the money coming in, and relax. But until then, no relaxation. There is Ordnung to be enforced. Gotta get that wool to Dan. Actually, no, you're not going to go to Danzig at all. Danzig is going to be supplied by Bunny's wool. Thinking about it, the Bunny wool would be better coming off down to here, but this wool needs to supply somebody, so it's going to supply these. And this is wool to Thorn. Thorn does not have an E on the end of it. It feels like it should. I can add more locos simply by cloning once it turns out that these places don't have enough goods. Until then, 1 should suffice unless I'm convinced they're going to need more to begin with. And this will be wool to Bromberg. Alright, see, the process is speeding up already. By the way, do either of you need milk right now? You don't. It would be foolish to give you milk. Be foolish to give you half of these things right now, but if I don't do it already, I'm going to forget. It's not too bad if it runs empty. Later on it'll fill up. It's going to be better than having to remember coming back later on. So, milk for Königsberg. Is it Königsberg? How many times have I misspelt Königsberg by now? Probably a few. Good thing trains are so cheap for me. Milk to Elbing. Whoa, I missed an important one. And that is going to be wool to Danzig warehouse. Which makes you think I didn't say that this grain was going to a warehouse, did I? No, I didn't. Well, I'll have to remember to come back and change that, won't I? That should be fine for now. I don't think the amount of... Nah, do clone it. Likely gonna want that. As long as you don't spell it Kaliningrad. No, never. Okay, let's get going with that milk again. I did milk to Königsberg, right? Milk to Elbing. And milk to Danzig. You can see the route that it does there. Cool, very cool. This is quite reminiscent of that time I streamed 9 hours of building up the cities in Patrician 4. I got really rather efficient at it after a while. Hopefully I can become efficient at doing this after a while as well. The trouble is I have to remember everything I've done, and I'm very bad at short-term memory. Milk to Thorn. And milk to Bromberg. By the way, when we have a train upgrade, we're going to have to upgrade each of these one at a time. Just kidding. The game has auto-upgrade button of the trains. We won't have to do that. Milk to Bromberg. That would be so... Oh, I wouldn't be doing it if I had to do that. This wasn't called Ruther's Cattle, was it? What was this named before? Oh, jeez. Wasn't this the bare minimum milk? I think it was. There we go. So everybody gets their milkies now. We should work on the woodies. Buying these businesses would be so good for me. Wow, that is cheap. Oh, I gotta buy that. That's too cheap for words. Upgrading it though, no, that's a different story altogether. Pretty pricey, you could even say. I'll do it. Because it's straight profit for me for all this wood. So that is wood to Königsberg warehouse. And it's not wood. And that's really good, so I'm going to want to clone that. I have this wonderful image in my head where this is just going to work out. I'm going to unpause once I set it all up. The trains are just going to go. The cities are going to flourish. My pocket's going to fill to the brim with Dutch marks. But let's be a little bit more realistic here. A lot of things likely are going to go off. But let's live in optimism for now. Wood to Elbing. Another loco. Shouldn't have spent all that money, should I? Wood to Danzig. New loco. The RGOs are where the tough work is at. Moving around express goods and finished goods, that'll be a lot easier, I think. Wood to Thorn with no E. And... why do we not have little macros by now on keyboards that are where you copy something to clipboard 1, 2, 3, 4, da-da-da-da-da, and you can swiftly change between them? That seems like a very convenient thing that doesn't exist right now. Maybe it does and I haven't found it though. Would make it easier to copy-paste all of these city names, because believe it or not, I'm not used to typing out Germanic city names. Now, if I had to put in Aberdeen or Edinburgh or Cravendale, that'd be easy enough. Okay, I need some more money, but I've already withdrawn all the loans I can from the bank, so I'm going to go to that abortion of a setup I made before and just delete bunches of it to get my money back. Because this stuff was bad. It was a bad idea, and it sure as sugar didn't work out. And if some places have to starve, so be it. I want my money back. The expensive parts are like the underground parts. They'll give me the money. Yeah, sure. Just torch it all, man. Give me that dough. It is well, really what it is a tip of the hat to how well I've built up my refund disposal of commodities will fall due. Ooh, that doesn't sound good at all. I don't want to pay for that, but let's just delete it anyway. Yes, this is a congratulation of how good a rail network I've generally built up. That's what I'm seeing here. I can get rid of this. Not even sure if I bought the industry or not, but down it all goes. Bye-bye, bye-bye. I'm just liquidating right now. Away it all goes. Wow, I sank a lot of money into this failed project. Well, not really failed. Lessons were learnt. And I mean actual lessons learnt, not when a company messes up entirely and says, oh, we've learned a lot of lessons from this. No, you haven't. You're just saying that to get the heat off your back. No, we actually learnt what not to do here. This is the future of German logistical engineering, and it is beautiful. Unique and godlike. Where was I, though? I think I finished all the wood, and now with this influx of cash, it's time to work on the vegetables. Veggies for Kongsberg. Veggies to Elbing. Veg to Danzig. Funnily enough, that's faster. Veg to Thorn. Oh, there is so much more of this to come. So very much more. I should find like a couple of dedicated days where I just do nothing but build this up. But I couldn't do that this early. This needs to work for me to be sure that I can just stamp things like this down across all of Germany. Veg to Bromberg. Okay, then all these materials are being shared out. And it's just a case of making sure the rest of them work, especially Laser's kiwi fruits. There's a lot of money to be made very swiftly just throwing these over to Danzig. However, let's see, if you just go to Danzig... Oh yeah, you can go to Danzig warehouse easily enough. It's only an 8-week process. So that's a couple of months to do not a lot, well, plenty of them actually. So if I just say, yeah, do that, and this is... Fruit is short enough, so we can go with that. Fruit to Danzig warehouse. I want 2 of them, by the way. And everywhere else deserves fruit eventually. So we get laser kiwi fruit up to Kongsberg on that amazing line that we built. It's so damn good. Huh, couldn't I do something like this? Then I don't have to type for Kongsberg. So much choo-chooing. Get to Elbing, nice and simple route. And then I would just say fruit to Elbing. Not really sure that was faster actually. Let's get Loco. Down to Thorn. Oh, it's a bit of a trek, but the demand for fruit isn't so hard. Fruit to Thorn. Choo choo. Feels like that review for they are billions. Where he keeps saying choo choo. Fruit to Bromberg now. Oh, we're getting there. Hell, we're almost done. New Loco. Let's just take care of the piglets while we're looking clean at them. I did do the wool to Danzig, right? Does anyone remember if I did wool to Danzig? Because I don't. I really don't remember. Pigs to Danzig warehouse. We're going to need 2 of those for sure. You did a while ago, I believe. I want to believe that, but let's unpause and check. There we go, wool to Danzig warehouse. Anything else I haven't? Yes, the beets. The kiwi by beets. They're the last thing that we need to link up for this spaghetti monster. And that's going to be good. There's going to be a lot of materials brought into all these places. Counting it, they're all going to get wheat, wool, milk, wood, vegetables, beetroot, that's 6, fruit, that's 7, pastries 8, paper 9, newspapers 10, sausages 11, brandy 12, Clothes, 13. We're aiming for 14, getting 13 up just from this. No imports coming from other sections, and honestly, not all the industry put up, because I'm sure I could put down more. That's a very good setup, as long as it works. Guarantee that it works? I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna ask you guys about that one. How well will this network work? Flawlessly? Very well. Good enough. Poorly. Utter failure. Let's see how much faith you have in what I'm doing here. I'm only going to roll this for 3 minutes, though. There we go. And I think for the sake of the viewers in the future who are watching on YouTube, we can have the faith shown there live on stream whilst I set up the rest of these. Well, people don't think that this is going to be an utter failure, which is heartwarming, I suppose. Alright, beats to Danzig. Another Loco. Beats to Bromberg. Should have enough time to set these up and then admire the results as they continue to flow in. Beats to Thorn. Spelt it wrong and there's still no E in it. New Loco. And that's going to be the beats to Elbing. And whoa. Loco first, please. Beats to Kongsberg. Whoa, bit of a trek. A bit of a northern trek at that. It's going to take a year. I'm sure they'll figure it out. Surprisingly, people think it's going to work out good enough, by and large. Oh yeah, there's also this beer that we could feed the people. Yeah, hops are needed for beer, sadly. Can't just make it out of grain, which I thought I could. Okay, as best as I can tell, that is everything set up for the basics of northern Germany here. One cluster. One whole freaking cluster in the setup of 11 of them. By the way, it might come down to 10. It might be prudent for me to cut away so much from the center here that it ends up not being worth having a central hub here at all. But I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. I still think 11's the better number. It's just that many raw materials, there are 10 sites for them, I think. I might be wrong about that. Could be very wrong about that. No, there are 9 sites for many of them. Ah well. Who knows and who cares? I'll figure it out as we go along. Okay, well, let's unpause and see how this goes. I'm expecting lots of things telling me trains to be activated. That is normal. That's because there's a queue of them waiting to get their goods here. And they should be getting their goods easily enough. One problem that's definitely going to pop up is lack of supplies. That's again to be expected. I will put down supplies for them as we see the need for. Very good, beaten by very, followed by very well, followed by poorly, followed by flawlessly, followed by utter failure. So I'm glad people believe in what I'm going to be doing here. The question is, who's going to be the bigger fool coming out of all of this? Buy out RGOs now, or get ahead of the rising price. The thing is, they pay to upgrade them for me. Me upgrading them gets really expensive really fast. It is true, though, I should be buying them out, but look at those prices, 400,000? Who's got that kind of money? What about level 1, 600,000? Eesh. Well, whatever, no time like the present. It's just that expanding them feels like a royal pain. There we go. Get them up a little bit, at least. That milk's gotta flow. This grain has really gotta flow. And if it's going to flow, it might as well flow in my name. Laser kiwi fruits. Get those upgraded and have them owned by us. Bunnies Collective. Allwin's Piggies. Oh god, those prices are scary. There we go. Gotta dunk the money on something. No suitable freight. Not unexpected. It would make a lot more sense if I tell you at Laser Kiwi Fruit that you must be maxed out. Otherwise you're going to go back and forth and not really achieve anything for it. Oh, whoa, 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 don't want you adding new things here. Oh, that's right, I need to save and exit before I clear off all of that. And I bet a lot of these things don't have maintenance buildings, although this one does. What was the problem, though? There's plenty here. Ah, well, there's the problem. The warehouse isn't set to store pigs, or wool, or fruit. That was the problem. And now the problem is solved. That warehouse is set for it. This warehouse isn't set for anything, so it doesn't need anything just yet. You need the wood and the grain, which is fine. You're not doing anything right now. Okay, now that things are moving, it's a good opportunity to add the extra locomotives. Now. Here's the big decision. Here's the Bob Ross level decision we have to make. Do we want this to be automatic, or do we want it to be specific? If it's automatic, it will take freight until it can't take any more freight, and then it'll take passengers. I think that's for the better, but I will need quite a lot of them. So Kongsberg to Elbing, and I'll just have that and clone the train. And then I'm going to need Kongsberg to Danzig. Clone that a couple of times. And then I need Kongsberg to Thorn. I clone that a few times. And then we're going to have Kongsberg go to Blomberg, and we're going to clone that a few times. And now we're going to have Elbing to Danzig. These all have to go between themselves, because anything that somewhere produces, it's going to want to give it to other places, and I'm going to want them to go to other places. Short trek like that should only need a couple of them. Elbing, get yourself over to Thorn. Shouldn't need too many of those for now, though. Elbing, get yourself over to Bromberg. Shouldn't need too many of those either. And then there's a case of Danzig. Now, we've already got Danzig with Kongsberg and Elbing, so it's just a case of Danzig to Thorn. A couple of you. And Danzig to Blomberg. A couple of you. And then finally, a wee one going between the two of you should be fine. Oh, tell me I was making Danzig go to the right one. That'd be terrible if I was telling Danzig's wrong one to go. I don't think it was wrong, though. No, it looks like the right trains stations were selected there. Good. Good. Does this game have competing companies like Railroad Tycoon 3? Yes. I consumed 2 of them fairly quickly, and the last one, I had him hang around for a little bit, but then I killed him too. Everybody had to die. Okay. Let's speed things up as well. Oh, look at that money grow. Good decisions have been made by me. Let's enjoy watching it on night mode as well. Also, if people are going to arrive here, I will buy them up, no problem. So red means it's completely empty, green means it's got stuff. I guess the greener it is, the more stuff it has. No, the yellower it is, the more stuff it has. Well, what the... Okay, great. What a weird way of doing your colors. Red is bad, green is okay, and orange is great. That just... I bet this was designed by Pizzarific. Oh, look at them swimming around like wee tadpoles for me. And now they're starting to really complain about... Ooh. Seems like a good price to get a farm. We'll take it. Why not? I'll also take that. I have now researched railroad police. Ah, look at those little profitable trains swimming around for me. Yeah, sure. In the end, I'm going to want to own all of these anyway, so if I can get them at low prices, then get them I shall. You know, these trains aren't complaining as they go across my beautiful... Well, actually, they are complaining. They're complaining rather a lot because there's no supply for them. Would and certainly should be giving these poor buggers supply. What about the guys down here? You're missing operational... So you're going right into a maintenance station. I really don't like the speed at which they get through their water. You need so many supply stations for all these poor buggers. Still, it's not surprising here. I did fail to put down supply towers for all these routes, and that's now biting me in the rear end. I didn't want to have to do this. I really wanted to have maintenance stations between them all, but that just really wasn't feasible with this level of spaghetti, I dare to say. Oh, shouldn't have built that there. You actually go through a maintenance station there. That would reset the train that's on it. I wonder if it's feasible just to not give them supplies and just change out the trains periodically. Oh, you're in a bad space. I shouldn't be putting them on the main line like that. Should just be looking for people that are complaining about it and give them what they need. You, for example, have stuff there. You've been given it there. You want some here. You want it. It's yours, my friend. As long as you have the throughput. There's also going to be the breakdown because of bad condition. So what I should definitely be doing is going to all of the RGO places I set up and making sure that they all have maintenance stations. You see, these maintenance stations are free for me to erect. So there's very little reason for me not to put them down. I don't need to maintenance station any of my expressway city ones. There's no reason. And there's also no reason to do any of the city ones at all, because the only things going to the cities, non-express routes, will be from RGOs. So RGOs are where we should put down these maintenance things, which again are free for me to build. The dock might not be good for a late game run, but we're making them work. It's a shame, without streaming... Ooh, promoter. I want you. Question is, where do we want you? Are any of these places going to be good for us to grow? Yeah, I want that extra place in Kongsberg quite quickly, because I want to produce newspapers, so I'm going to slam you over there. Get to work in KKK. The scroll wheel doesn't work here. Kongsberg. Go for it. Now Kongsberg should grow lightning fast. 59k. Still 59k. And 60k. And hey, just like that I can build an extra thing here. Now, here's where we have to make another big decision. If I build a museum, that fulfillment will go up by 10%. That's going to be very, very good for growing these cities. However, if I build the university, I get better tech. The tech isn't much at this point, though, whereas having that extra 10% fulfillment is fairly huge. So we're going to go for fulfillment. I'm actually tempted to tear down all of the universities I have and replace them with museums just to get that extra boost so that these all grow bigger and faster. You've already got a museum, that's fine. Don't tell me I tore down a museum in the other place. Thorn is not growing, although it's about to. Same story for Blomberg. Hello chat, did Jake ever figure out his spreadsheet? Well, does this tell you what's been figured out? There's no need to lie. I can tell. Come on, we need to take another glorious ride along here. Here we go, here we go. Yeah! Could you build universities for tech and replace them after getting all techs? I certainly could, but the big part of this design is based around the idea that I would have the museums in all the cities to bump the satisfaction from 50 to 60, and it needs to be 60 or above to grow. So I'd rather just have that from the outset. The amount of research I get from the universities is paltry. Even if I built them everywhere, it wouldn't even feel like that much. The research is coming along at a steady pace, and it's not like I have anybody I need to outshine, so I don't think it's worth caring about so much. What's the next big step up for the train? I think the Tough Vale is what I'm looking for. Reduces construction costs of train tracks by 5%. Tunnels by 8%. Well, I don't actually want that many of those things. Saboteurs, bandits, and spies. Well, I have no use of those anymore, do I? Probably better just... Oh, reliability. Oh, ho, ho, I want that. Actually, I want all of these. Well, I don't want you, but I want you and you. Reliability by 6%. Reliability is so rough. Reduces cost. We didn't have steel bridges before. What in the world were we building them out of? That reliability boost is really going to cost me, isn't it? But I want it. I really want it. Yeah, I'll get those. There's no stopping the random breakdowns, no matter how reliable your trains are, sadly. Operational supplies are missing here. I'll get on that. God only knows how many of these other places are lacking there. Oh, Bare Minimum's Milk doesn't have maintenance building. And it's doubtlessly lacking supply towers along the way. I do what I can for you guys. I'll put these in such inconvenient places for everybody. Nice thing is they fill up pretty quickly. Just like my bank account right now. Where did the Sheep Manor end up? The Sheep Manor? Don't know what you're getting at there, Nix. I mean, we have the sheep place up here, and it does have its maintenance place. And we got another sheep place down here, the Bunny Collective, that exclusively feeds into Danzig, and probably lacks supply towers. Oh no, there's one right there. Should be fine. You, however, don't have one. Let me sort you out with that, bud. Totally see this being a problem for not having supply. There you go. Alright, so Danzig is actually a little low on its stuff right now, and I'm actually left wondering why that is. They'd probably want paper... Oh, no pastries. Whoa, no pastries is awful. Kongsberg, what's with the lack of pastries flowing? Sorry, sir, we only produce 3.2 pastries per month, and people like pastries. Danzig in particular would quite like to have 2.3 pastries per month. So, Kongsberg needs to produce more pastries. Simple matter, so I'm going to take over the pastry industry. I'm going to make it bigger, and then make it bigger, and then, oh my god, this is getting big. That should be big enough. Actually, it's as big as it can get. I'm going to take over this industry as well while I'm at it. And grow it. People need their papers. I think Kongsberg is going to need to shove out a lot more things. Thorn wants all those pastries, but I have a feeling that Kongsberg to Danzig is insufficiently dealt with right now. Well, as long as the grain is flowing in, and they have a lot of grain in the warehouse. This plan demands level 5 factories. It does, but I need Kongsberg to be a certain size before I can upgrade it to level 5. I don't know what that size is, probably 90,000. But as Danzig gets things like their pastries, what else are they going to need? Wait, Danzig's not getting its milk? How can this be? Single mother... No, bare minimum, your milk. Are their milk levels too bare minimum as well? Bump that up, get me more. Where is milk to Danzig? It's taking too long. We need another. The more they flow, the more money they're gonna make me. Inventor. Ooh, right. Didn't want to miss you. Just give me the innovation points. They're always worth buying. Also, it looks like Kongsberg is still being promoted. That's excellent. 6 months. That's a long time to get more people to Kongsberg. Yeah, we'll be able to build a new... we'll be able to build a newspaper stand there really soon. Now my question is, when do people want newspapers? They already want newspapers. In fact, they want a lot of things. It's kind of why Danzig is suffering a bit at the moment. They're never going to get canned foods or cuckoo clocks or smoked ham. Well, they could get tools down the line. There are other things that I can produce and import into this cluster, but bringing them up to about 100,000 is a fair shout at this point. Breakdown, bad condition. Well then go and heal yourself up. How bad a condition? Okay, granted, that's not a great condition. These problems will solve themselves. Oh, I'm paused. That's part of my problem. Invalid train line. Oh, right. Yeah, well, let me help you with that. Who else is claiming they're having such problems? Come on, I'll deal with them all. Lack of operational supplies, despite the fact that you are inside a maintenance station right now. No suitable freight. McCain's Moose and Lisa. Do we even still have a McCain's Moose? Ah, there you are. It's just that they're so full up that there's no need to do much more with it. That's alright though. I think the problem is that Lisa doesn't move that milk around, but it's not something I'm even going to care that much about because it's going to be restructured into the hub system anyway. Jake, imagine if train tracks and signal cost upkeep like in Transport Fever. I would not like to imagine that. It strikes me as something that would be very painful. Don't we have upkeep costs? Oh, my only costs here are bonds. I must have some overheads though, right? Expenses. We pay in wages and maintenance and interest rates. Fair enough. The interest rates aren't worth worrying about though. It's all about that income. Juicy income. Company value is through the roof, though, thanks to my restructuring. And there's more research that can be done. What did I unlock, by the way? I forgot. Didn't I unlock you with a view to unlocking you? Because I want these two. I'll have them as well. That increased maintenance or increased durability sounds amazing. Bad condition, jings. Get it together, lads. They have opportunities to fix themselves up. I guess it is a long journey. I can give Koenigsberg a fixer-upper there. Use the elevation system, make a massive wall around Berlin. Berlin is sadly growing right now, despite my efforts. They keep getting... what are they actually getting? Oh yeah, grain, pastries, and sausages from nearby places. The grain from this place, which I don't own myself. I'd need to drag all the grain out myself. Well, I could do that at some point, surely. High level stuff there. I'm going to buy you out actually. Have that profit be my profit. Not going to stop it from going over to Berlin, but sadly you're also getting your sausages coming over from Stettin, and your pastries coming in from multiple places. It's hard to control this. People will, or cities will, get their goods by cart unless you drag all of the goodies out by train, and I plan on dragging them out by train. I have a feeling that goods only go by cart if the export is full here. Or if the places like this are full. I don't know though, I haven't played the game enough to be sure about that, it's just how it feels. Milk to Thorn, nothing available. What? Really? Doesn't make a lot of sense. The bare minimum milk should of course... Oh right, Thorn isn't big enough to accept milk right now. Could actually be a problem. If they're not getting their... Oh wait, no, they'll be getting their pastries just as soon as... Are the pastries arriving right now? They are arriving right now. There you go, Thorn. There's all the pastries you could ever want. Thorn's about to go into upswing. Yeah, there we go. Now Thorn is going to grow into a big boy who needs his clothes, his fruit brandy, and his milk. And I'm going to fulfill all of these desires, and sugar beets and paper, and that's going to make them continue to grow. We just needed to get those base ingredients in first. What's Bromberg's problem? No pastries again. The pigs aren't a problem. He doesn't need pigs. All the pigs need to do is flow into Danzig, although I am going to upgrade the amount of pigs that are flowing. That costs way too much money, by the way. Especially since I also want to upgrade this industry. Ah, I need bigger loans. Bank, give me bigger loans. That's what I'm talking about. 12 million. Just a tiny little loan of 12 million and we're good. With that I can pay off this loan, and I can't get a bigger one. What a doozy. Anyway, more. I want more of everything. Upgrading these industries is so painfully expensive. The demand for clothes is quite high across these cities, and I do need to fulfill that, which means Danzig needs to have some fairly high-leveled industries here to pump out all, say, the brandy and clothes that people demand. But that's just going to get me more money, because I'm going to buy up more of the cloth, and I'm not the one paying for that cloth, and more of the leather to produce the clothes to go to other places. I'm the one that makes money every step of the way. The ultimate third wheel in this operation. The middleman. No, we had the Naked Hansa in Patrician 4. This will not be the Naked Hansa. According to the plans here, the percentage of people getting clothes is over half, which rounds up to a whole. 30 out of 59 cities will be given clothes. So Thorn is continuing to grow. Excellent. Oh, just excellent. As soon as they need clothes, that's going to be fulfilled by Danzig, which is also good. Bromberg will grow as soon as those pastries arrive. So that begs the question, where are those pastries? They should be coming in from Kongsberg. Those aren't pastries, those aren't pastries. That's a tiny bit of pastries. I think the problem is Kongsberg didn't have the pastries to export. Yeah, barely any. Now why is that? Because of a lack of grain, you say? Well, easily solved by shoving more grain in. That's kind of absurd that they need more grain, yet more grain being poured in. Very well then, if it must be done, grain to Kongsberg, clone, and clone again. Until it essentially becomes a conveyor belt. Fortunately, they load up nice and fast. I'll get moving. Do you count Berlin as a city? Nope. There are 58 cities in Germany and some random bog that nobody goes into. Ah, great. Let's get that durability increase. Come on, Kongsberg, just get a little bit bigger so that I can give you your newspaper industry. Now, if I had all the funds that I could have possibly had at the start of the game, it would have been very viable just to set this up from the very start. But it did cost dozens of millions of Dutch marks to make this. I had to make a much leaner operation, which of course in turn made me less money and made the cities grow less. But nonetheless, it did allow me to take over all of Germany in a fairly cheap manner. That was the early game portion. This is the mid-game portion. Waiting for clear route? Oh jeez, what's going on here? Danzig 2 cannot be reached. Well, don't go to Danzig 2, go to Danzig 1. Oh, they are going to go to Danzig 1, well that's nice. That was clogging up a lot of trains, I think. Again, complaining about lack of operational supplies. How? It's not a long journey? I can't believe the amount of supply towers this game demands, and I'm really wondering if that's only an issue in 100-year games. Okay, Thorn has grown up to be a big boy, and now wants another industry. Question is, I don't know what industry to put in there. Nothing obvious comes to mind. I mean, I could give it a beer. It'd be very easy to flow in the beer and have that all go around here. And you know what? That's pretty much easy money. I just set up one of these flowing into here, and then all of Thorn's things that go around will ship beer to northern Germany. Sounds like a no-brainer. Let's have that beer. Can't say beer without BR. Which does, of course, mean that I need to build a large train station. And it needs to feed into that warehouse very specifically. So I guess I'll just have you right about here. Oh, somehow you need to go into there. Figure out how. And we'll all be home in time for Christmas. %19 incline? Well, it's a decline. So doubtlessly not a problem. Get over there. Do I own this? I do now. Probably going to need a lot of these, by the way. Bad name, though. Who's going to be the booze baron around here? I think we're going to have this be... Sombra's Short Hops. A great moment for a lot of people, especially me. Watching so many people fail at ActRaiser 2 just made me so happy. And Sombra sure knew how to fail at it. Okay, get yourself over there. That should be fine. And this is going to be hops. Hops to Thorn Warehouse. Also, I'm going to need a lot of them. Also, I don't want them going unless they are stacked up. Maxed out. Done. Clone, clone, clone. And I am serious, Thorn. I want you to make so much beer it makes even Germans puke. 4.8. Okay. As long as you produce 4.8 per month, then the equilibrium will be... Oi. Oi. Money. Get in my pocket. Not having any of this not going to grow nonsense. As taught by Yagamoth himself, indeed. Marek is asking what time Caesar will be tomorrow. A difficult question with no exact answer, but let's say Caesar is going to start at about... 4 p.m. Probably start between 4 and 6 p.m. and we'll go on for a couple of hours, and then I'm going to have a giveaway with marbles. Because if you're going to do anything, do it with marbles, honestly. So there's a lot of back and forth thing here with nothing. That's okay, that's because Bromberg has no demand for fruit yet, but it will. It's just been waiting on those pastries for bleeding days. Fortunately, though, Thorn is going to be here to produce the beer, and that beer will then flow over to Bromberg and friends. Yeah. One of my plans for the channel, let's dial things back a bit. A while back, a few years ago, I was talked into setting up a Patreon for the channel. I was a bit uncomfortable with the idea, but it worked out fairly well in the end. But one thing was that I felt like I'm taking too much here. Like, I don't feel like I deserve half of what people support me with. So I thought I should be giving back to the world in a way. So I wanted to do giveaways. I wanted to do them every month, but it just never really panned out to happen every month. So I'd rather have bigger ones that are less often. I tend to do a pretty big one around Christmas time. I think I gave away some hundreds of dollars worth of Steam cards and Steam games. Great fun. It helps me, I don't know, pay off some karmic debt. And it's a lot of fun, so that's good. And since the Steam summer sale's coming around, it seems like a good opportunity to be doing some more of that. Give me a moment, I'm getting eaten to death here by... Well, either I am getting eaten to death or it's mind games. Either way, I'm going to put on some some bug repellent. I think it was all in my mind, but it's applied anyway. Bromberg could get another industry, but I don't think I want to give him an industry. Bit of a shame that. Elbing could... here we go, Kongsberg. Time for the newspapers. Where are the newspapers? Here we go, the publishing. Excellent. Down it goes. And you shall be upgraded. Oh, we have a problem. Paper and newspapers. It's 1-to-1. The paper will become newspaper, but paper is still going to be demanded. I think I'm going to anticipate this by giving Elbing a paper industry. I don't think I'll put it to use just now, but I do want it to exist here. Use waste marbles instead of pure votes for long plays. There are many people who take more or less effort and value to society as a whole. Take more for less. Yeah, perhaps, but I don't do it out of any external view here. This is just how I see myself. Point is, it feels good for me to give something back. And the giveaways are a great way to do it, because they can be meritocratic. I like making little puzzles, for example, for people to solve. And I love having marble races, because it's pretty much random, but you can add a bit of character to that randomness with marbles. And I do enjoy that quite a lot. So I'm already seeing here that we have a lot of trains running around on this network. Swimming around like we fish. A lot of them are empty, but they will grow up as more things are produced around here. Also, Kongsberg is growing out of control here. 100,000 people up there. Elbing at 98, Danzig at 119. Thorn is still on the... Thorn is at 79% fulfillment without a museum. If they had a museum, they'd be at 90%, which is madness. I should really put down an industry here, but I don't know what I'd put down. Plenty of options. You know what? Whatever is built there, I can buy it out later on. It's not going to be a biggie. Oh god, what is this? Oh, well that's a problem. Elkhorn Clearing has this thing that's trying to go to Danzig, stopping everybody from doing what they're trying to do. Also, Elkhorn Clearing doesn't have signaling, so everybody's just backed up and can't get in. That's a shame. I should probably just delete you right now and reinstitute you with signaling control. That should be fine, right? That should make the life a lot easier for these guys. Why are you? What are you? You don't even know what you are. Go away. You don't know what you are either. Oh shoot, because I changed the name, didn't I? So now they don't even know where they're going. What was this place called before? I forgot to copy the name and now I can't remember what it was. Somebody will. I'm going to buy it just to make up for my own mishap there. But what was your name? Hopefully somebody remembers, and whilst they figure that out, I'm going to buy some new stuff up. Ooh, could get myself the TAF tank. But the P8 seems like an even better upgrade. Tunnel maintenance? No, train maintenance. That sounds good. I'll get my way over for the P8. Seems too damn good to pass up. Elkhorn's Clearing, thank you. Ooh, alright, these guys gonna understand what they're doing now? Error? Don't give me error! I think I broke a lot of things here. That's bad. That's really bad. Error, error, error. Never seen that before. Jinx. Alright. Delete error. Re-add that. This is just to keep the money and the size flowing down south. Mostly the money, to be honest. Because all of the places I intend to destroy and rebuild in this hub-based system. Ooh, I love how the systems trying to be helpful can be the most damaging. What's this no freight? This is beats to Thorn, because Thorn has no demand for Thorn, but it will, especially when it's growing at this alarming rate. Like 100 people moving in every day, that's scary stuff. The beets will become in demand at 58,500 people. Soon it'll want the milk, it already wants that fruit and brandy. Tell you, I wouldn't mind some fruit and brandy right about now, how about you guys? Brandy. Pour it all over the pudding and set it on fire, please. Missing operational supplies, they complain as they go in for their supply. Oh, what a horrible place to break down! Hub-based system where hub is not connected to anything, says Avi. That's because this is the first hub. And this is the connector part of it, the overflow warehouses. Once I have a second hub set up, it will be connected to the overflow warehouses. The warehouses will be plugged into these places, and any excess produced will flow between them, although I don't anticipate much excess flow for a while, because these places still need to grow up themselves. Sadly though, you're just at the cusp of growing and not quite there. Why is that? You get almost everything. But once the newspapers flow, that'll actually be enough to bring you up a bit more, but I think then the tools and things are going to be a problem for you, aren't they? And Danzig is a good representation of where we hit a bit of a problem at the satisfaction. But the wheat beer should be flowing out of Thorn pretty soon. .8. Several trains waiting to be activated. Why is that? Why are you taking so long? Actually, why are you not loading at all? You want to grab 8 hops and take them over to... I bet I didn't set up the warehouse for hops. I did not set up the warehouse for hops. Oh, well, there we go then. Now you're going to load up. Oh, I hope I didn't make any other similar mistakes like that. Something like Elbing. Elbing isn't connected up to wood yet anyway, so that's no big deal. Bonus program? Experience? That's meaningless to me, but I'll take it anyway because I want all the innovations I can get to push my research forward. That was scary, the idea of these Germans not getting their beer. Ooh. I know there are plenty of Germans watching, and I'm sure they're shuddering at the very thought of not having enough beer. Or any beer at all. Well, okay, Bromberg is an upswing now. Why is that? Probably because they got their pastries. Another thing they've been waiting for at long last. And they'll be looking forward to getting their fruit and their brandies. Train is waiting for another clear... Don't tell me there are errors here. I could do without that. Okay, no errors. So what are you all waiting on? What's the problem here? Oh. Everybody wants to go to Harmere Fields. And the problem is... Well, the problem is everything, really. Oh, you're trying to get to Bromberg too, and I cut that off. Right, well, then away you go. I think it's just a lot of things that have backed up. That's to be expected. After cutting off the north from everything else, there'll be bound to have been some little things here that were meant to connect up to there. As I cut them off, these problems solve themselves. It's just good to periodically check and make sure that nothing isn't too broken down south. I recently watched your Caesar 3 run with no trade on Valencia. It was very inspiring, although I feel like income from Grand Insulae is so overpowered. It's not that overpowered, it's only 1/3 harder than a large Insulae, and to do that you have to make sure they get 2 food types, which is an organizational nightmare at times. Danzig, are you sure you're sharing all those brandy snaps with everybody? Okay, they're getting their brandy up here, but poor Thorn. Poor Thorn just recently got an influx of brandy. Good for them. And Bromberg only just started desiring fruit, brandy, milk. Oh god, somebody set up a steel mill. You're never gonna get steel. Never ever. But Caesar 3 without trade should be inspirational because a lot of the time that I have spent watching Baron beat his head against Caesar 3 learning next to nothing at the game has been me saying, hey Baron, you don't make a lot of money on exports on this map, intentionally. Maybe you should rush for small insulaes, the first really profitable type of building, and tax them to hell. He goes, oh yeah, good idea. And then either he just continues to have nothing but large tents, which he for some reason gives plazas, fountains, and God knows what else to, or he makes a rush for small insulae and makes like 12 of them, and then still wonders why he's making no money. Oh, he's infuriating to watch at that game. But perhaps it's most infuriating because I recognize all the mistakes. Debt is the life of Baron. He's a fascinating man. I've known a lot of useless people in my life, a scarily high number of useless people. But I've never seen somebody do something so often and remain so bad at it. And that's Baron in video games. Good on him though, he takes it like a champ. And thanks a lot for ensuring that our team would win in the State of Decay 2 multiplayer race. I gotta say, that was a good fall you took for us all, Baron. You live in Sweden no longer, you know so many useless people. I'm more talking about the people I knew back in Scotland, but I'll take it. Operational supplies lacking here, but you can get access to them there enough. Water just runs out so fast. I'm so tempted to just mod it that water doesn't go down so fast. Look at it. Not touch the sand or the oil, but the water just drains away like nobody's business. Can I follow somebody and watch that water just go down? There's the water level. Are you going to stop for supplies? They are actually going to stop for supplies here. To bring the water level back up. Oh, they're also repairing the loco. Oh yeah, Baron's a patient man with the games he plays. Can't take that from him. A lot of other things we can take, mind. Down goes the water. Not as fast as I was expecting it to go down, though. And there we go, fruit for Bromberg, which is good, because Bromberg wants fruit now. To go with their brandy and their cheese. I really like the demand and fulfillment mechanic that we have here. It works very well. Thorn, 90% fulfillment. Thorn's going to keep growing like a weed. It's crazy. And they're going to start getting paper and newspapers from north. Hopefully Koenigsberg produces enough of both to fulfill demand. Let's see, plenty of newspapers and paper for export, so that's no problem. I just wonder if they're going to need more trains, because look, the trains leaving Koenigsberg are packed to the brim. They're not even bringing people or mail anymore. Bromberg is, but that's because Bromberg doesn't have exports. Fruit orchard? I'll have it. That's a good cheap rate for it. Although I think there was a connectivity bonus that I missed out on. Yeah, like you. That's funny because I disconnected you. But what I can do is just go ka-ching. Does that count? I don't think they think they're very connected there. Oh well. Doesn't really matter. I'm not going to cry over 400,000 Dutch marks because I get that just by unpausing. There's one of them, two of them, three of them, four of them. Yeah, hundreds of thousands. Give me the staff. I'll draw on them later. Give me that... what was this again? Speeding up maintenance. Excellent. And then I can get myself this big upgraded P8. Jeng, some of these look real good. Station restaurant, not something you see so much anymore. At least in the UK, train stations have really been largely abandoned in terms of getting those sorts of amenities. It's very rare that you go to a train station and there is actually a restaurant or a place to buy something, or even a station master who can tell you where the trains are or how to buy a ticket. Nope. It's often little better than a bus stop. It's kind of sad. I like trains. I don't love trains, but I do like them. I like them enough to feel sad about things like that. Okay. Flawlessly might be putting it a bit much, but honestly I'd say it's working better than very good. Look, these cities are doing fantastic, making me tons of money. Those that needed to be an upswing are an upswing, and those that were an upswing are upswing to the point where they demand everything now, which is good. This is where I want them to be, 100,000 people, because that's where they actually demand everything, which means things that I produce go out there and get gobbled up. It would be a problem if everywhere were only about 30,000, or even 50,000, let's take Landsberg here, because I might go, yes, I will connect you up with the fruit and the milk and the sugar beets and the paper for you to grow, and oh wait, they don't take any of that. I need to fulfill the lesser items first. No. Good to set them up with everything, the raw consumed RGOs, and then go from there. This system works out well. The only thing that is not tried and tested for this is if my overflow warehouses are going to work the way I want them to connect up with other places. But even if they somehow don't, setting up these hubs will allow the areas themselves to grow, produce lots of things, and from there I can still tweak and move around as the needs arise. Last thing I wanted to do was slap a museum down here in Bromberg. Achievement unlocked. It belongs in a museum. Probably got that for building a lot of museums. This is good. This is almost too good. I'm worrying. If things were going wrong, at least I'd know what was going wrong. But when things are going right, it leaves a lot of things open for decadence. I didn't even miss many supply towers. I knew I would miss some, but this is going too smooth, basically. No freight available? Why? Because you were grain to Bromberg, and Bromberg for some reason doesn't want grain? I guess they were just stacked full of grain. There wasn't a population high enough to be eating it. Okay, we're going to stop there for the night. I achieved precisely what I wanted to do tonight. This is how I freight. In response to my previous save, which was how do I freight, because I'd failed to make a good freight system down south. Excellente. Where do we go from here? Well. This is the entire hub system that I have planned, and it worked out kind of what I'd expected here. I had the express route. I've made these bypass lanes. Oh, I forgot to use them when I set up my routes. We'll worry about that later. No, I want to check that right now. I bet they're not even being used. Oh, well, no. Looks like you're actually using the bypass here. If I follow your route, you're meant to be Kongsberg to Thorn. So you actually bypass Elbing, and you bypass Danzig. Okay, the $56,000 question. Do the trains going to Bromberg bypass Bromberg? Bypass Thorn, rather. I am so proud I could cry. They're using the bypasses. Phenomenal. Oh, you're still looking at the map. Funny, this keeps on happening. Yeah, they are... And thanks for tagging me about that, Mort. People love to not tag me when I do that. Here we go. Kongsberg, Bromberg, using the bypasses. Oh, it's enough to make a man cry. Okay, glorious. Back to the map. Hopefully I don't need to fix that up then, but next time I should make sure that I tell them specifically to use the bypasses. We have the spaghetti, as we knew we would. The The only thing is that the spaghetti was more spaghetti than what we even see here. I'm just glad we were able to use the snaky water corridor. So what's next? I'm going to take a good hard look at this over the weekend and see if I can gerrymander the borders. For example, moving these sugar beets down here. Maybe this wool needs to be here, or this wood needs to be here. Because I'm not entirely sure if these are how they should be lining up. Maybe they will. I'll just have to run some calculations or such on them. That kind of coincides with checking out these numbers, because this is what I have. For example, the dark red region having 1 access to grain, 1 to pigs, 2 to vegetables, one of which I'll probably ignore. But the problem comes with areas that have 0 of those. I don't like, for example, that orange has no vegetables. Everywhere should have vegetables. Why wouldn't they have vegetables? Well, here's the problem. Where would you even take the vegetables from in the orange zone? You could take them from yellow. Then where would yellow get their vegetables? Well, maybe they could grab these vegetables that are shipped over here. Oh, well, if you do that, maybe... I don't know. But I need to figure it out. One way or another, these people need to get their vegetables. I'll figure it out. Anything else we need to care about in particular? No, probably not. I will continue to build up these hubs on the Railway Empire run. Now, this is where things are starting to get really patrician for. Remember when I built up all the cities? This won't be too far from it. Although a little less, well, a lot less monotonous, because there's actually some thinking process involved in building these railway networks. In Patrician 4, I was just stamping down identical-looking cities. And each how many cities were there? 50? 60? And each city needed about 600 houses, arranged in blocks of 8, because you can only put 8 to a block. And for every house, they needed an industry, and for every city, we needed something like 30 chapels, a whole bunch of fountains, a bunch of warehouses. Every single city, and it was a pain to build. Oh, I'm so much happier to be building railways than that. So much happier. Okay. We're still looking at the map, Jake. I guess we are. Well, let's not look at anything anymore. It's time to call it for the night. So, cheers for joining. I'll be back tomorrow with more Rune Factory 5, some Caesar 3 because the itch is there. Just a small itch, though. I need to deal with this one. It's a Baron-related itch. I want to deal with it before I have to go to the doctors with it. And then we're going to have a giveaway. So if you've got games that you want on the Steam Summer Sale, and you, for whatever reason, maybe you can't afford them, maybe you want to panhandle your way to glory, or maybe you just want the glory of winning the marble races altogether, you can join in from that. But whatever you choose to do, it's a cheers from me, and a cheerio.